Hello there.
Already here this morning, Andy. Welcome. You're going to be waiting a long time this morning. It's just kidding. It won't be forever, but it'll be a little bit. There it goes. All right. I believe I have now sent out all of my announcements. If you excuse me for just one more minute, I have to run out and put my parasols up over my plants because it's supposed to be 78 degrees today, and they're not ready for that. So give me just a minute. Okay. Give me just 1 second. I've got my Book Daddy cup. It's got coffee in it. The book is here. You guys have the music. Just give me one more minute and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna get going. It's gonna be awesome. All right, that was it. As a good gardener, I as a good gardener, good morning. As a good gardener, I went and put my parasol over my peas, so that my peas would not burn in the sun. Happy May Day. Thank you, Krampus. Forgive me, I don't particularly know the significance of May Day. Perhaps if you give me a moment, I'll look it up and see what it is. How you doing this morning, Jimmy? Oh, yes. It is good. It is the good. The coffee is the good. Today I got started. I'm surprised I actually got started on time. I almost contemplated not streaming today at all because last minute. Yeah! Wow! Last minute, I ordered gravel to be delivered on Monday. I will post a picture in the Spartan space of the issues. But we're supposed to have the area in front of the shop now bladed and pulled and graded so that it's flat in front of the shop, so I can pour a concrete slab in front of it so I can actually turn in from the road and enter the shop. We have to move the doors to face the street because they face a retaining wall that's barely big enough to park a Pinto between it and the garage door, so you can't like turn into the garage from where the garage doors currently are. It's absolutely ridiculous. My box from FFC arrived. Dude, that is amazing. Have you opened it? Did you look inside? Congratulations. Welcome to the conscripted. You're gonna be stuck once you start painting them little minis. Anyway, waiting to film my unboxing. That's legit. I'm excited to see it. Let's see. So anyway, my buddy came over this morning and looked at it. We had the truck out of the way, the car out of the way, a whole bunch of shit out of the way. My buddy came over and looked at it, and he goes, I was going to do this for you with my machine. My machine's actually too big to do anything for you. We're going to need to get a hold of somebody else. So he called one of his buddies who owns a business. They're going to come out, take a look at it for me, and see what they can do. I've been designing a Warhammer Titan or a Knight for the elites today. Okay. Alright, that's cool. So yeah, it's been a busy morning. Like I said, surprised I was able to get here on time, which is all that really matters, is that I arrived on time. And it's a good day. For another day, I got to listen to my daughter complain to me about how she doesn't get to ride, or she doesn't like the Bronco. She hates the Bronco so much she doesn't even want to ride in it. Makes me sad. Let's see. What else do I have to tell you about? I have baseball practice tonight with the boys. I signed up today for I signed up today to be the all-star coach, which could take us really far into the rest of the baseball year. We will see. Hopefully the boys do well. We'll see how many boys actually want to play all-stars this year. We may not have enough kids to play, so it may not matter at all. But I did volunteer to coach the boys if that was something that they decided they wanted to play. We got a really good team of kids this year. If they can string together some wins and build some like momentum, it could be really cool for them. So I'm excited about that. Mariners won again yesterday, 9-3 or something like this. They're right now they're listed as the hottest team in baseball. Everybody's talking about them. I am reserving my judgment because last year we went into the All-Star break 10 games ahead of second place. By the end of July, we were 2 games ahead of second place. By the end of August, we were 10 games behind second place and vying for a wild card appearance on a win or die for the last 21 games of the season scenario. And we also needed help. We won 18 out of 21 games, didn't get the help we needed, and missed the playoffs for the second consecutive season. 50 years the Mariners have been playing, and we haven't won a single pennant yet. So hopefully this year, go Mariners. Slept well. I slept like a baby last night. I went to bed late. I played Tamoose 3 matches of hockey. He got 2 out of 3 again, which means he's up. He's up. In 25, he's up on me 2 games, I think. 3 games, I think. Maybe 4 games now. 2, yeah, no, he won 2 the other night, 2 last night. So it's got me 4-2 at the moment. I hate how I'm unable to see my streams during the week. I feel that. I hate that I'm unable to participate in some of them during the week. But, you know, it happens. I was able to hang out with him yesterday, and that was nice. So he hung out. I mean, I didn't hang out in his stream. He streams when I'm asleep. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes he streams when I'm asleep. All right, guys, check it out. It's time to read. I got really nothing else to talk about this morning, so we're just gonna get to it. We've got our bookmark. We've got our book. I'm gonna do the thing because I haven't done it for a while. But we'll do this first. I got some things to get out of the way. 145 subs on YouTube. Thank you, YouTubers. Welcome. Tell your friends. Bring more. 1,340 follows on The Awesome today. We've gone into another lull of follow slowness, which is okay. Just gives us more time to be awesome together before people find us. 1,340, 42 subs today. Thank you, everybody. I can't do this without you, literally. You guys are the best people in the world. That you come and spend the time listening to this guy. Absolutely, like, just humbled. Ridiculous. I don't even like the sound of my voice, so the fact that you guys come here and just listen to this, it's so good. It's like the best. The new fan should come tomorrow. The new fan. Oh, okay. It's possibly the best thing ever. The fact that you guys just come and spend these days with me and watch me stumble over words and all of that stuff. Anyway, here's the bookmark. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, we use the bookmark to identify that it's time to. There you go, OST. It's the sounds that I listen to behind the book reading. It's provided by Installation 00 and Ambient Wonders. It's great for sleeping, stressed outness time, taking a shower. You just play it anywhere at your dinner party. People will ask you about it. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. Go check it out. We listen to it always behind the reading. Anyway, back to the bookmark. Someday, the bookmark is here, so someday somebody can come and edit these down to just the sounds of the books for people to enjoy. And the bookmark is so when they're watching visually, they can find out where that is. Once again, we're reading the Thursday War. We're on Chapter 7. Here's the bookmark one more time, and we'll get started. Chapter 7. Get this down here where it belongs. We'll get you in here too. There you go. Chapter 7. The most interesting thing about the Forerunners, as far as I'm concerned, is why they're not around any longer. Species go extinct all the time, but some of their relatives usually survive. A technology sophisticated, galactically distributed race getting. No, that's not right. I'm going to try that again. The most interesting thing about the Forerunners, as far as I'm concerned, is why they're not around any longer. Species go extinct all the time, but some of their relatives usually survive. A technologically sophisticated, galactically distributed race getting wiped out to the last individual. That requires intervention. Admiral Parangoski Sinconi. Vadam sang Helios. So this was Jules' world. This was what he did. What he'd done almost every day since Ray had first met him. And it was nothing like she'd imagined. It was noise and shock and blinding light, and now it stank of blood too. She ducked as the bolt of white fire came right at her. It was pure instinct, absolute animal terror. But the missile detonated some way off Unflinching Resolve's bow and never made contact at all. The shockwave did, though, and the ship shuddered and bucked. 2 strips of metal broke free from the bulkhead and shot across the deck. One bouncing down the polished metal, the other embedding itself like a blade in one of the warriors at the helm control. He went down like a felled tree. The metal fragment vibrated for a few seconds, standing upright in his back. 2 of his brothers rushed forward to drag him clear, but Ray didn't see where they took him, or even if he was still alive. She cowered. Nobody on the bridge took any notice of her. She couldn't see what was happening outside, and the glimpses she snatched of monitors and sensors meant nothing to her. Baran roared, exasperated, grabbing the helm. "We must withdraw, Fieldmaster. Do you hear me? We need to withdraw or move into orbit." Telcam stood at his console, as if he didn't even notice the ground fire coming at the ship. The deck shook again. "And the Arbiter will pursue us into space, Baran. And where will we go from there?" he asked. "We have nowhere to retreat." "We weren't ready to move, but we moved nonetheless, and the battle isn't lost yet. Come about, bring the ship around." Ray looked to her side. A young male was trying to repair a control panel that smoked and sparked every time he touched it. "We've lost navigation, my lord," he said, "and I can't repair it." "Then we fly by sight, Dunil." Telcam stalked across the deck and went to the other view screen. "I need cannon now." Ray caught Dunil's eye. "Are we going to crash?" she asked. "Possibly, my lady," he lowered his voice. "Bend your limbs and protect your head if we start to lose height. That might save you from breaking your bones." The booming sound was louder, and the white-hot flashes were much closer together now. Then the whole ship lurched, as if it had crashed into something. Ray felt the shock ripple back through the decks. Jets of white vapor began punching out of the conduits that then burst and sent fluids gushing like ruptured arteries. "Direct hit," someone roared. "Direct hit. The hull is breached. We're losing height. We have no propulsion." The ship peeled off in a totally different direction. Suddenly, much quieter, and for the moment, there was an illusion of things returning to normal. But everyone was rushing to consoles and positions, and Ray knew it was anything but. "Crash landing," Baran yelled. "Brace for crash landing. Steer for the shore." "Shipmaster, we can't." "I said steer for the shoreline. I won't survive this. I'm going to die, and I'll never find Jewel." Ray braced, as she was told, waiting second after second for an impact that would throw her into the dark oblivion. "I'm sorry, Jewel, I had to try." Then there was a huge jolt, and then another, and another, and the deck was bouncing like a pebble on the skin of a drum. Metal screamed, fittings tore from bulkheads, the lights went out. Then everything stopped dead, and she was flung in a row of bench seats. "Now I'm dead. Now I'll see for myself the gods exist or not." and if they do, I shall spit on them for abandoning us when we needed them most. But she wasn't dead, or else she wouldn't have been able to feel the rip in her shoulder muscles as someone grabbed her and tried to pull her with them. Get out, my lady. It was Danil. We'll be burned alive if we don't run. Instinct made her scramble upright and run with him, stumbling over bodies and not looking down to see who they were. She was swept up in a tide as everyone abandoned the ship. Cool, fresh air hit her face, and she was suddenly skidding down a torn sheet of metal the size of a raft, hot under her hands, and falling a short distance onto grass and pebbles. She had already run some way from the wreckage before she looked back to see what was cracking and groaning behind her. Flames licked what was left of the hull for a few moments, then engulfed it. The last thing she saw before she fled for her life were the jets of leaking coolant igniting and sending columns of flames into the air like blowtorches. When had she last run like this, throwing every muscle fiber into it? She'd been a child. She'd been playing chase with her brothers and sisters. As she grew up, she learned that females didn't run. They had no need to run. But she needed to run now. Her legs pumped, but she felt as if she were struggling through mud. Her lungs screamed for breath. Then a blast, silent, oddly silent, caught her full in the back and lifted her off the ground. She landed hard, and the last gulps of air were knocked out of her. Noise and blisteringly hot air swept over her moments later. All she could do was lie there, unable to move, noticing just how many small black clouds of smoke were hanging in the sky above her, and wait to die. Someone grabbed her arm again and pulled her to her feet. Run, my lady. It was Danil, the young male, who'd been so patient with her on the bridge. We have to get out. Where's Force? She couldn't get her breath. Where is he? I can't see him. Everyone's scattered. Quick, find cover. They're coming for us. Who is? The Arbiter's troops. All Thel Vadam's forces had to do was head for the crashed ship, now a burning beacon on the edge of the city. There was no hiding from them. If she tried to pass as a local in Vadam, her accent and light skin would mark her as coming from a foreign keep. The entire crew was in the same position. They would have to fight their way home. She found herself stumbling through thorn bushes and then into trees. And only when she ran out of breath and her legs wouldn't carry her any further did she stop, dropping to the ground. Danil stopped with her. You have to keep going. Go, leave me here. I can't. Ray couldn't think of nothing now but survival. Just when she thought her lungs would burst and she could never stand up again, a cold and intense clarity swept over her and stripped away every thought that was devoted to the immediate moment. She reached into her holster and took the plasma pistol, checking the charge. I have several hundred shots in this, don't I? She held it so that Danil could see it. Tell me how many. That model, 400. More than enough. For what? To kill any fool who tries to kill me. Find Jewel was the secondary issue now, and she was shocked to find she felt no guilt for thinking this way. She was no use to Jewel dead. I have nothing to lose. What do we do now? Regroup or press on? Danil looked down at her as if she was mad. Do you want the command view or the real one? I could tell you that we press on and die gloriously, or I could tell you that the intelligent thing to do is to escape and come back another day with greater forces. Then we'll do the intelligent thing, Ray said. She looked around, buoyed up on new clarity, and spotted some of the unflinching Resolve's crew moving through the trees at a crouch, pistols in hand. I never traveled far from the keep. How do we get home now? That's the question, Danil said. Force came crashing through the undergrowth, smoke, smeared and angry. Ray, come with me. We must get down to the shore. Naxan's going to send Gusset to collect you. Is that it? What about everyone else? Let us worry about that. You shouldn't be here. This is no place for an elder's wife. Don't start that argument again. She could still hear the sporadic crack and hiss in a cannon somewhere in the distance. Then another sound began to drown it out. A ship drive. and she assumed it was Gusset showing up to take her home. It was only when the sound multiplied that she realized that there was a squadron of vessels somewhere overhead, and her assumption changed. This was the Arbiter's fleet, coming to hunt them down and finish them off. She wasn't the only one. She saw all the males look up and aim their weapons, pointless as it was to try to take the warship with pistols. But she raised hers too. Then Telcam came stalking in the clearing just ahead of her. He held out his arms as if he was summoning his crew for an address. "Do you hear that?" he called. "Do you hear it? Do you know what it is?" He was taking a huge risk. Whoever was flying overhead would be able to see him. But he looked more than unconcerned. He looked triumphant now. "What is it, brother?" one of the monks asked. "Listen to your communications," Telcam said. "Open the channel. The gods have come to our aid." Ray's heart sank. The monk had lost his mind. She waited for a searing energy bolt to vaporize him where he stood, but she turned and caught the expression on Dunhill's face and forces. All the troops were listening to something. She had no communications equipment. She would even have known which channel to switch to. "I'd call that timely miracle," Forrest said. His jaws parted and snapped together again with satisfaction, and one apt one. "What?" Ray stood in his way, demanding an answer. "What is it?" Forrest removed his communicator and held it out. "Listen to the sounds of salvation," he said. The mood had changed in seconds. The surviving crew were all standing in the open now, either listening to their communicators or roaring in approval as they looked up into the sky. She put Forrest's device to her ear, and someone was talking to Telcam. "We're not alone," the voice said. "Word is spreading from city to city. The keeps are rallying." We might not be the most pious warriors, but Vadam has gone too far this time, allowing human troops to land on St. Helios, allowing to defile a temple. That's more than enough to unite the keeps against him. Telcam had had his miracle then. Ray hoped it wouldn't last long enough to bring Jewel home. Wherever he was, she gazed up at her pistol, now feeling more comforting in her hand than unfamiliar, and decided she wasn't going home to Mdama just yet. Gusset would have to wait. Gusset would have wasted his journey. Forrest could call him now and tell him to stay at home. 50 meters into the tunnel. Temple of Abiding Truth on Tom. 50 meters into the tunnel, comms with Port Stanley began to break up. By 100 meters, Vaz had lost the link completely. "Can you still hear us, Dev?" Sooner or later, they'd lose Tartkart too. BB hadn't been able to scan inside the temple from orbit, so there was a fair chance that something about the Forerunner structure was interfering with signals. "Everything okay out there?" "No," Devereaux said. "Do you want to see?" I moved so I can monitor the lynch mob outside. Tartkart's forward exterior cam fed Vaz a view of the plaza from ground level. Just a few hundred elites gathering and making angry gestures. But even in that big open space, it still looked like a lot of hingeheads. They hadn't plucked up the courage to storm the temple and piss off the gods just yet. Judging by the body language of the ones closest to Cam, they were giving it some serious consideration. The image relayed to everyone's HUD. Mal whistled to himself. "Hingeheads to the southwest," he said, putting on an exaggerated accent that Vaz didn't recognize. "Thousands of them, sir." Devereaux huffed. She seemed to get the joke. "Yeah, funny, Staff, but I've got to move the ship. I'll take a big loop around and avoid getting over their heads, because that really won't help matters. I'm going to set down at the back of the temple. Is there enough space?" "I'll make the space. Try not to damage anything, Dev. You just make sure you exit via the back door, okay?" "Got it. You're breaking up now, so we're going to lose comms. Tarkart out." Vaz replayed the footage as he walked. He wondered how long piety would stop the elites storming the place. If they were anything like humans in crowds, the whole thing would boil over in a second, and they'd be in here, bent on revenge. Narrow passages, nowhere to run. Would they open fire? Or would they be too worried about damaging the sacred structures? Did it matter? They could rip Vaz apart with their bare hands and just mop up the mess later. And Phillips might not have been the only person down here. Maybe they were all walking straight into an ambush. Phillips, Vaz yelled at the top of his voice, but there wasn't even a hint of an echo. Come on, Phillips, where the hell are you? He's come this way because I can smell him, BB said, and his fingerprints are on some of the surfaces. What do you mean, smell him? Human sebum. Very persistent, full of heavy alcohols and hydrocarbons. No witty rejoinders, please, Mal. Mal had his finger inside the trigger guard, so he was worried. He was as worried as Vaz about what might be around the corner or behind them. Is Phillips all you can smell? No elites? Just Phillips, at least in the recent weeks. Are you using my nose? Naomi asked. She sounded absolutely serious to Vaz. How do you pick that up? Your NBCD filters. Oh, okay. Mal stopped a few meters ahead of them. So you're sure we haven't been down this one before, BB? Positive, but Phillips has. Keep going. How far have we come? Over 3 kilometers. Well, it's gotta end somewhere. No, Vaz said. This place could be in some part of slip space for all we know. He looked back to check on Naomi. He didn't trust Forerunner technology after what had happened on Onyx. So he walked back around the curve of the tunnel to look for her. He found her standing in front of a carved panel, tilting her head one way and then the other, as if she was trying out different filters. There was no telling what went on with her armor these days. It had some nanite system that upgraded it when it was idling, so her hardware was as much of a voyage of discovery as the Forerunner ruins. It still looked like Mark V Mjolnir, on the outside, but it definitely wasn't. Maybe she liked the retro style and wanted to keep it, like shabby but much loved pair of jeans. He wasn't going to ask her at the moment. No wonder Phillips has gone on safari, BB said. He still sounded as if he was doing a ventriloquist act with Naomi as the dummy. Vaz wondered how long she'd put up with it. Have you seen these engravings? I'm recording them just in case. I hate it when you say that. These are control panels like the ones Halsey found in the Dyson Sphere. Except this isn't an emergency shelter. It's more like a command center or a garrison building. Naomi stepped back from the panel and walked away. Hey, I'm finished, BB said. I need to use your visual feed. You can process information in a split second, and you can monitor through anyone's helmet. Oh, sorry I spoke. Vaz interrupted in to break it up. So why aren't you fluent in Forerunner by now, BB? Halsey can't be smarter than you are. If you think that serial packet psychology is going to distract me from the inevitably unpleasant discovery that my fragment is utterly buggered, Vaz, it won't. Yes, BB was definitely strung out. Okay, so tell me what it says. What does the word link mean in English? Anything from a comms channel to a shuttle service. Be a dear, Naomi, and touch the surface, will you? I need to analyze that shield that's covering it. Naomi put her gloved palm cautiously on the surface. What is it? A job for a Huragok, BB admitted. Nothing blew up, lit up, or made noise. After a couple of seconds, Naomi turned, pointed forward in the direction that Mel had gone, and walked off. Vaz prodded the surface of the panel to check, and decided it felt more like the bristles of an invisible silicone brush. Mal was opening up a gap ahead of them, calling out like he was looking for a wayward cat. Phillips! Phillips! Come on, time to go home. Lots of angry hingeheads outside. Left, BB said. He went left. Right's a dead end anyway. Look, Mal, let Naomi take point, will you? I need her sensors out front. Mal stopped and turned slowly around, cradling his rifle. Right away, sir. Any other orders? You know I mean well. Yeah. Naomi strode past Mal, leaving Vaz on tail. Vaz was now starting to worry whether he'd actually hear anyone coming up behind him or not. The passages swallowed around. He was waiting for the outraged faithful to jump him from behind. It was beginning to feel like a jungle patrol minus the trees. He turned around every few meters and walked backwards for a few paces. Ick, BB said. You don't need sensors to detect that. Vaz faced forward and inhaled. He couldn't pick up anything through his filters, So he lifted his helmet and sniffed again. It was a very familiar odor. Smells like the heads. Oh dear, the professor let the side down, Mal said, peeing on a temple. I'll be writing the Times about this. You still on the trail, BB? Yes, he went down there. Ah, look at that. It was another panel of carvings. That's like the one on the Dyson sphere. The storehouse garage sarcophagus symbol. And lots of negative symbols. I might have to send this back to the Admiral and ask for Hergok to look at it. What makes you think they'd know? Why leave a janitor with instructions if he can't read? Or that he can't read? But why wouldn't they volunteer that information? Naomi asked. Were they ordered not to? Or is it in case of just having to ask them for every damn thing? Faz caught a quick burst of static on his radio, as if someone was trying to contact them but unable to get a stable signal. It had to be Devereaux. Mal turned around. He'd heard it too. I'm going to assume that was Dev, he said, and that something's wrong because it usually is. Skip the survey, BB. Naomi started jogging. Just follow Phillips. She speeded up, sounding like a trip hammer, even with the sound deadening acoustics of the passages. Phillips, come on. Phillips, answer me. All Vaz could do was run after her. Mal broke into a sprint, and Vaz followed himself, trying to calculate how long it would take the hinge heads to cover the 3 kilometers, based on the length of his stride and the worrying answers. And the worrying answer was that it would be a lot sooner than he thought. He was pretty certain now that at the end of the trail of Phillips's unique cocktail of odors, he'd be tripping over a body. You realize that wherever we are, we're going to come up a bloody long way from the dropship, even if we find a way out, Mal panted. So we retrace our steps. Hey, what happened to the lighting? It's still on, yeah? Vaz noticed. There were no more visible light fittings hanging from the ceilings, but somehow there was still light. How did they do that? I think we're entering Weirdville now. Vaz couldn't see Naomi. The passage curved around to the left, and then there was a sharp corner, but BB's voice came over the radio before Mal got there. I've lost the trail, BB said. It just stopped, dead. Mal let out a long breath and kept going. Vaz was right on his heels, still checking over his shoulder for enraged hinge heads. When they caught up with Naomi, she was standing at the T-junction in the passage. Vaz felt that buzz in his earpiece again, like radio interference or a failing loop suppressor, and stopped to look in both directions. No scent, Vaz asked. Doesn't necessarily mean he hasn't been here, does it? Where else could he go? Naomi prodded at stonework. This is like onyx. This is solid. He's gone one way or the other. Okay, Mal pointed left. Naomi, you take that passage and we'll take this one. Keep broadcasting and turn back if you lose signal. I don't want to misplace anyone else. Vaz was now starting to imagine, cuffing Phillips around the ear when he found him rather than slapping him on the back with relief. Once he found him, they'd still have to exfil. Vaz hoped that whatever Phillips had found was worth all of the crap. Door, Naomi said, I found a door. I'm waiting in here until you come to me. You hear the lady. Mal did a U-turn and gestured to Vaz to go back. I'm going to kick his arse into the middle of next week. I hope you realize how many panels I've not been able to find and record, BB said irritably. That's all right, Adge. Can fill in the gaps. It was a door, all right, like a smaller version of the one in the front of the temple, with an actual locking mechanism rather than a button. Naomi stood beside it, running her finger around the frame, while she checked the tack pad on her wrist. It's just a door, she said. Better open it. Live dangerously. Mal raised his rifle and aimed into the doorway. Vaz stood to the other side. 1, 2. Naomi turned the circular handle and it swung outward. For a second, all Vaz could see was a patch of light and absolute black shadow, until his visor adjusted. He could hear crowd noises, but they sounded distant, and more important, there was the familiar and comforting whine of dropships idling drives. But there was no sign of Phillips. Now I'm getting really pissed off with him, Vaz said. Didn't he realize we were coming? Evidently not. Naomi went ahead and stalked up the short passage. Permission to grab him and cart off staff. By the nuts if you want to, Mal said. Dev, can you hear me? Got you, staff. Meter's running. Where are you? Where are you? Right behind the temple. I've got 2 meters clearance on both wings. BB was still gripping. I can't pick up any odor. Opening the door might have diffused it, but I doubt it. Naomi reached the end of the passage and stepped outside. Then she held up her hand up to stop. I think we've come in a circle, she said. I can see the wall in the plaza and no Phillips. Oh, for Christ's sakes, Dev. Has he come out near you? No Phillips here, staff. We're going to have to search the grounds. Vaz didn't feel very comradely right then. Quietly. Are those hinge heads inside the walls yet? They stood outside for a few moments, looking and listening, just in case Phillips decided to pop up from a hiding place, and they could run for it. But it was just a few seconds too long. Vaz edged beyond the building and held his breath. He was looking at maybe 100 elites as they clustered around the front door right inside the compound. Someone was arguing with them. It wasn't Phillips. It looked like Olar, the hinge head they'd met going in. And then one of the Sangheili turned to face Vaz. Nisham, he roared. Vaz didn't need the translation. The hinge head surged forward, and he ducked back. Mal and Naomi got the idea instantly. They started running down the side of the temple building towards the rear, followed by roaring that sounded like the surge of a tidal wave. Dev, here we come, Mal said. Plan B, up and out, fast as you can. The noise of the drive suddenly rose in a high-pitched whine. It was going to be a rough takeoff. Vaz skidded around the end of the wall just behind Naomi, who reached into her belt and flung something black over her head without even looking. Vaz caught a glimpse of it as it arced over him. Just smoke, she said. Every second counts. The smoke grenade went off behind them with a loud bang, and Vaz spotted Tarkart's velvet gray nose up ahead. The next thing he saw was a half a dozen elites between him and the ship. The dropship's side hatch was now open. If this wasn't Telcam's guys coming to help them out, it was going to turn ugly really fast. Then one of the hingeheads answered the question by aiming his plasma pistol, and a green bolt of energy sizzled off of Vaz's shoulder plates, almost boiling him over. Something caught him and shoved him upright in a second. Maybe Naomi, maybe Mal. And his body did what it had learned to do without thinking. He returned fire and kept firing as he ran, crashing into one Sangheili so hard the impact hurt deep in his sinuses. He didn't realize how high he could jump until he landed in the open hatch and smashed into the combing. He rolled clear and grabbed the first arm he could see. Mal hauled him through the hatch, and Naomi jumped onto the step, holding onto the hull. Go, Dev, Mal yelled. Lift. Go, go, go. The dropship shot up vertically like a mortar. Vaz found himself on his back, looking through the open hatch at the fireworks show of green and white streaks zipping past Naomi's, framed in silhouette for a second. The hatch shut and sealed with a thwomp of air. So Devereaux said, No Phillips? If he'd been outside, I'd have found him. If he'd been inside, we'd have found him. Mal leaned over Vaz and checked him out. So apart from explaining to Osmond how we managed to start a riot and kill a few hingeheads on holy ground, I think we ought to start an aerial search. Vaz's ribs were starting to throb where he'd fallen against the hatch. He can't have gone far, no more than 60 clicks, even if he was running. Naomi looked down at him, and BB's voice emerged from her helmet. It didn't look as funny as it had an hour ago. That, BB said, depends on how he left the temple. Saying Helios, exact location, unknown. That didn't happen, Phillips said, did it? For a moment he thought he'd stepped into a temple grounds, but his stomach was still cartwheeling, as if he'd done a somersault. A breeze played on his face. Tom was gone. He had no idea where he was. He stood in a ruined building. No roof, no windows, just 3 crumbling stone block walls in the middle of nowhere. Hip-high, dark green grass rolled and swayed like an ocean for a couple of kilometers ahead of him. He turned around slowly, taking in a small town in the distance, and decided That was his only chance of getting out, was to walk to the nearest keep and beg for help. Maybe a little sleight of hand with an arm would be his passport. If only BB would suddenly snap back to normal. That was a portal, BB said. I sort of worked that out. Portals were routed all over this place, usually not on the same planet. The sky looked the same, the air smelled familiar. But we're still on Sang Helios, aren't we? I believe so. I still have my positioning system. How far from Ontom? I estimate 80 kilometers. It seemed a pointlessly short journey for a portal, given the energy needed to power it, but perhaps it made sense when the Forerunners were last here. And at least the thing still worked, even though the exit end was in ruins. Phillips took a look around the structure and wondered whether it was worth risking an unencrypted broadcast. He didn't have any protection from the rebels now. No top cover, as Mal called it. And announcing that he was a good pal of the Arbiter might get him killed with equal speed. The ODSTs would definitely come looking for him sooner or later. He had to make it easier for them to find him. I can't hide, BB. There was a panel of carved symbols on a slab of masonry, but half of it had crumbled away. Phillips recorded a few images anyway, so I might as well make myself conspicuous. Nice brisk walk into town. I think that's a collective of keeps called Arcoli, but I can't tell what its loyalties are. I have a feeling it's not going to make much difference. I'm a worm, an arm-solving worm. Professor, I find I'm having to revise my translation. Phillips was sure he could see smoke in the far distance. He checked his data pad, which wasn't exactly reliable. He should have asked the Arbiter for an accurate chart. Is that a problem, BB? Because I think you got the word for portal right. Coordinates, BB said. I must have interpreted the numbers wrongly, or Halsey did. This location doesn't correspond to the position I would have expected. Back to the drawing board. It's important. I need to work out how the Forerunners navigated, or else you won't know the locations of the halos. How come your security thingy hasn't wiped your awareness of halos? I don't know. It's very distressing. Phillips didn't know what to say to comfort him. He wasn't even sure if changing the subject worked. We'll sort it out later, he said. Let's get home first. Somehow he'd always expected the Sangheli to have sophisticated security that could pick up an alien incursion anywhere on the planets. But here he was, ambling through a meadow, within sight of a town, and nothing had swooped on him, shot at him, or detected him yet. He was used to a world where security cameras picked him up 200 times a day and just wandering around Sydney, and where his bank and comms provider knew his every desire, habit, and movement, let alone all of the government snoopers who'd probably been keeping tabs on him without his knowledge. Yes, but I'm a snooper now. Oni was right about the technological infrastructure going down the pan with the San Shayun. They'd only been gone a few months, but they'd left a massive hole. The town was getting closer. So were the pals of smoke behind it. Phillips started to rethink his perspectives, wondering if the smoke was actually closer than he'd first thought, and that he was walking into trouble. But there was no other place to head to. He felt in his bag to see if he had anything sharp that he could use to defend himself. Okay, 250 centimeters of Sangheli, 1 meter 70 of me, and the winner would be not me. Then his fingers touched a cool, polished wood, and he took out the arm that he'd been clutching before the explosion. The one that had contained the message from Telcam, that would get him out of more tight spaces than any knife. He spun the nested spheres, got it open, bent down to pick up a small stone and place it in its heart. All he had to do, when confronted, was rattle it and dazzle the enemy with his dexterity. What's that, BB asked. You know what it is, BB. Oh, God. Is the rest of his memory failing too? It's an arm. I meant that up ahead. Phillips had been too wrapped up in the arm to notice. He scanned along the radio cam's line of sight, looking for whatever had grabbed BB's attention. The grass was moving about 50 meters ahead of him, and it wasn't the wind. Something was wading through it. There must have been wildlife on St. Helios, even livestock, but he knew nothing about it, and decided to assume it would sink his teeth into him. What do you think it is, BB? Something short, or something with his head down stalking us? I'm just a radio cam, Professor. It's stalking you. Phillips started thinking what he'd do if the thing, whatever it was, came to him. Okay, he had a bag and he had a lump of wood, and he could swing that like a sock full of coins. Yet again, he thought how helpless he was compared to Mal and Vaz. Vaz would probably have headbutted the thing and then eaten it raw. Nothing seemed to scare him. Christ, even Devereaux would have broken a sweat, pilot or not. She'd been through exactly the same training as the two guys. Philip envied their absolute physical confidence. He noted that he didn't compare his lack of survival skills to Naomi's, though. Naomi was beyond human. Nobody expected him to shape up to a Spartan, not even his ego. Professor, I think there's more than one, BB said, helpfully. The grass is moving in several places. Pray for sheep. Phillips put the arm back in the bag, transferred anything breakable into his pockets, and began twisting the fabric to make a long handle. His heart started pounding. Swing it nice and hard. Whack really hard. Job done. Or whatever, sang Healy Rear for dinner. He was ready. He really was going to take a swing and brain whatever had come at him. He was in full primal mode now, about 20 meters away from the target, and pumping up a good head of adrenaline to carry him through. Then something bobbed above the top of the grass and stood up. It was deformed and comically ugly, or at least he thought it was, until he realized it was wearing a breathing mask, and the hump on its spine was a backpack. Ungoy, BB said. Grunts. They breathe methane. Two more mastheads popped up. Phillips had never seen a grunt in the flesh before. It was nice to be taller than an alien for a change. Yeah, the methane's flammable. The grunts just stared at him. Do they fight? Some do. Most are for manual labor. Okay, silent routine, BB. This was no time to make new enemies. Phillips lowered his bag slowly and tried to look non-threatening. They'd speak saying Healy, he could dazzle them. Hi, he said, my name is Evan. I'm lost and I need help. I was invited here by Thelvadam, and I need to contact his office. The grunts looked up at him through slit-like eyepieces. You talk funny. Fancy but funny. Do you work here? Yeah. Is this a farm? Yeah. Okay. This is going to take some time. If I knock on the door, will the farmer help me? Nah, said the grunt. His two buddies padded a little closer. He's a bastard. They're all elites. Hate him. I just want to make a call to the arbiter. You want to go to the keep? Yes, please. One of the other grunts shuffled through the grass and stood in front of Phillips. He pointed into the distance with an oversized hand. Whatever they looked like without the masks, they probably weren't much prettier. Wasat smoke, he said. Humans invading. You're a human, yeah? So, they didn't even know there was a coup going on. Why should they? They seem to be just farm hands. Yes, I'm human, but no, we're not invading. Oh, pity. Our ancestors tried fighting the elites, but the bastards glassed them and gave us all these shitty jobs, his buddy added. We hate them. So you said. The smoke was looking way too close for Phillips's comfort now. He could hear drives whining in the distance, but the vessels could have been anything from civilian transport to crop sprayers. For a Sangheili expert, he still had a lot of gaps to fill. Look, I'm going to walk down to the keep. What's the elder's name? Jicam, said the main grunt. You ought to shoot him. Don't take any notice of Dango, his buddy said. He's sucking too much infusion. Passes the time in his job, you know. Just approach nice and slow. You want us to walk with you? Okay, Phillips thought. That would make getting shot on sight less likely. What infusion? It smooths the day out. You want some? Oh, dope, alcohol, whatever? No thanks. I don't think I've got the right body chemistry. Philip started walking, and the grunts trotted along with him, 2 at his side and 1 some way behind. When he pushed through the grass, he walked straight up into a mown area and realized they'd been cutting whatever the crop was and decided to take a very long break. They grabbed any excuse to stop working for a while. So I'm making friends with Ungoy. Wow, that's got to be worth another paper. Professor Evan Phillips, alien pundit, part-time spook. Oh, the lecture tours, the TV gigs, and the obituary, if I'm not careful. He could hear a vessel approaching from behind and looked over his shoulder to see a purple streak that could have been a banshee zip overhead at high speed in the direction of the smoke. Now it was starting to worry him. I really should have thought a bit harder about that smoke. They got trouble, Dango said, huh? Another banshee shot overhead, then another and another. 5 seconds later, instant bolts of green light punched from the sky and sent balls of flames and black smoke rolling into the air. It wasn't the town. They definitely hadn't hit the keep. They couldn't bomb the keep, but needed it in one piece. He had to make that call to the Arbiter's office or else. Get down, Professor, Beebe said. I know you told me to be silent, but take over. Or take cover. The grunt swung around to see what the foreign voice was coming from Phillips. Watched 4 small specks in the sky getting bigger by the second. Probably the banshees on the way back from the sortie. But there was one too many. And then one of the roofs on the keep exploded, sending masonry and glass high in the air. This time he ducked. He hit the ground face down in the grass. There was a deafening zip that sounded as if someone had ripped a giant piece of fabric right next to him. The smell of burned air and the explosions, like a grenade, dirt and water, rained upon him. The grunts went crazy, or at least 2 of them did. It wasn't water, it was blood. Phillips lifted his head a fraction, and he could see it. He couldn't work out what was going on now, because the grunts were screaming, but he knew they'd lost one of their buddies. Curled and misshapen pieces of him and metal lay in the grass a few meters away from him, still hissing. So that was what had happened then, when you hit a methane tank. Phillips waited, still clinging to the ground, but he couldn't hear the banshees now. He risked pushing himself up on his hands and looked around again. The grunts were hunkered down now, chattering furiously. Hey, Phillips barked. Hey, guys, get a grip. We can't just sit here all day. Come on, let's get to the keep. They killed Sensen, Dingo said. Bastards killed him. You don't know which bastards, Phillips knelt up. What would Mal do? What would Osmond do? They're fighting each other. But you work for the keep, yes? Then we go there. Even if it's just to arm ourselves, okay? You're Dango. What's your name? Gakak. Move it, Gakak. Phillips got on his feet and started walking. If he was honest with himself, he was close to loss of bowel control. But he'd lived through this once, and that meant he could live through it again. Even Telcam thought the gods were looking out for him. Sometimes telling yourself a really big lie was as good as the real thing. When he looked behind him, Dango and Gakak were following obediently. You better knock on the door, Phillips said. I might be too much of a surprise. He could see what the smoke was now. It was a downed vessel, something small, fighter-sized. He could pick out the shape of the hull between the trees. With any luck, whoever had done this wouldn't be back. He couldn't see anyone as he approached the keep. Small, tatty, nothing like the Arbiter's imposing headquarters, and the grunts did as they were told and went ahead. Just observe, Beebe, Phillips whispered. Let me do the talking. The huge double door didn't open for a few moments, and the grunts just stood there, looking lost and confused. Then one side eased half open, followed by the muzzle of a plasma pistol. My Lady Alar, Gakak said. Sensen has been killed. We found this human. He's lost. The door opened fully. Phillips had never been up close with a Sangheili female before. They were almost as big as the males, and this one seemed to know how to handle a weapon. This was hands-on anthropology, live and raw. Charm, courtesy, oh God, do it. Hello, my lady, Philip said, terrified. May I come in? Chapter 8. You need to do more than overthrow the Arbiter. You need to wipe both him and Vidam from the face of St. Helios. Because as long as that state exists, it will remain loyal to him. And it will exert its power and influence. Shipmaster Baran, Atarl, to Avu Med Telcam. UNSC Port Stanley, in St. Helios orbit. I'm sorry, ma'am, Mal said. It was a bit of balls up, but we had to open fire. Osmond hoped that her dismay didn't show on her face. She steeled herself to sit well back in her seat and not lean forward towards the camera mounted on the console. They'd done all they could, and she certainly couldn't have done any better. She needed to project her confidence in them. You're entitled to defend yourself, she said. We can only take diplomacy so far. Is Vaz okay? She could see movement behind Mal in the crew bay. Vaz was sitting up against one of the bulkheads, in his tank top with one arm folded across his chest, fending off Naomi's first aid. The Spartan ran out of patience, grabbed him by one shoulder and pinned him, while she sprayed salve on his burns. Mal glanced around, as if he was checking. She hadn't handcuffed him. He took a couple of bolts at close range and got burned, but he smacked himself up when we banged out. Ma'am, it's just bruises, Vaz called, indignant. I landed hard, and it rammed my chest plate into my ribs. I'll live. So anyway, I think we dropped 4 of them, Mal went on. We didn't stop the count. Osmond shrugged. Probably didn't make things any worse. No, they went mental when they realized we'd entered the temple. Maybe I should have made the hinge heads go and get Phillips. And if I told you he couldn't find them, you couldn't have taken his word for it. Besides, you've inadvertently helped boost support for Telcam. Mal rubbed his nose thoughtfully. He seemed to be looking for a tactful response. Well, I think that what used to be known in the Corps as self-adjusting cock-up. Okay, stay airborne and keep looking. How far could Phillips have gotten? BB interrupted. Osmond could see him out of the corner of her eye, hanging motionless above the helm controls. You're not going to like the answer, he said. Try me. I believe I've cracked some of the encryptions, which I prefer to call signage, seeing as that's what most of it is. And portals, list of portals. Chances are he's activated one, seeing as he can't leave things alone, which means he could be anywhere in the galaxy. Osmond's scalp tightened. Poor Evan, poor bastard. At the same time, the pragmatic Oni part of her patted her on the back and said it didn't matter where Phillips was as long as he wasn't in enemy hands on St. Helios, having the truth beaten out of him. She didn't know which was the real Saren Osmond, or wasn't sure that she wanted to find out. If you know their portals, she said carefully, then you can work out a way where they go. We could at least narrow down the locations. Well, you can forget names because they won't correspond at all, so I'm relying on coordinates. But I can work on those, and I can't work on them until I compare a portal with an actual exit location, because rather inconveniently, they didn't use UNSC chart conventions. Yes, okay, BB, point taken. Now tell me something useful. I vote we keep looking, ma'am, Mal said. Rule out St. Helios, if nothing else. It's a damn big planet. We'll keep going until you call us off. Any deadline she set now would be an artificial one of her own making. But doing nothing and hoping for the best, wasn't an option. There was always the possibility that Phillips had escaped under his own steam and made a run for it. And he was no fool. Even with his BB fragment dead, he'd find another way to send a signal. Osmond couldn't just shrug and head back to Venezia even if she wanted to. It was lethal for morale, if nothing else. No man left behind. That's what the ODSTs expect, and Naomi too. She checked the real-time chart. Tart Cart showed up as a small blue icon, even in stealth mode for Stanley's electronic eyes only. So you're 20 clicks outside on Tom. It'll be dark soon. We can use thermal imaging and not invite pot shots. Shame she hasn't got a neural implant, though. I'll shove one in him personally for the next time he goes missing the hard way. Just a thought, BB said. If portals go anywhere at all on St. Helios, they'll probably route to another Forerunner site. Can Admiral Hood sweet talk a chart of relics out of the Arbiter? It would save me a lot of survey time. I'll ask, how are you doing for ration staff? A week's worth if we're careful, Mal said. No problem with water, because there's any number of rivers down here. Okay, next sit rep in an hour. The video link closed, and Osmond was left staring at the Oni ident screen. BB drifted closer and sat on the console, as if he was going to have a heart-to-heart with her. You prefer to hear it direct from them, don't you? He said. She nodded. No offense. Instant data is wonderful, but I need to look my people in the eye. She clapped her hands on the armrests of her chair. Okay, let's crack on with this. Tell me what's happening with the Arbiter. He's struggling to hold Van Am. Want to listen? BB switched the bridge audio to the output from the orbital surveillance drones. Osmond could only guess what the actual transmission sounded like. A dozen different channels eavesdropping simultaneously. But BB's breathtaking speed meant that all she heard was one voice at a time, already translated into English. It was still hard to follow. She listened for names. One in particular leapt out at her. The ship isn't responding. Its unflinching resolve down. No matter. We can do this without Telcam. If we have the will. Locate Pious Inquisitor. We have 15 more vessels joining us. Then move the artillery, you fool. Move them up to the keep. Whatever happened to that well-oiled war machine? No Sanshayoon still finding their feet again. She glanced at BB. So Pious Inquisitor's back? I wondered what had happened to her. I keep forgetting how unwilling they are to glass one another. They're running low on big ships. It looks like they're losing the few that they've got. But they don't need much to take out the Arbiter because he is just as short of resources as they are. Is he losing? Yes, he didn't see this coming. Lack of organization has its advantages. So other than monitoring, what else can we usefully do at the moment? I brought the Admiral up to speed, and she's still leaning on Hood to give Infinity a run for reasons so Byzantine that I fell to my virtual knees in worship. She's asking Hood if it isn't the time to go and help the Sanshayoon, or the Sanghili chum. We could have a flagship plus both commanders out here soon. What, she's planning to come out here with Infinity? Hood as well? Good God. Oni does house calls. Are they even allowed to deploy together? Sounds like a recipe for a power vacuum at the top if anything goes wrong with all the untested technologies. I doubt either would let the other have the keys and take the ship for a spin alone. Anyway, Oni would be fine. You're their heir apparent. Fleet would be rather inconvenienced, though. They didn't need a warship like Infinity to back an extraction like this. Not when St. Helios was still going, groping for a new direction and mired in its problems of its own. Osmond realized that she would have done the same thing in Parangoski's position, though. An early test of what the ship could do now. A timely warning to Sanghili that they're no longer the top dogs. A more serious shakedown of the crew to find any weak links. And a perfect excuse to take out a few more Sanghili ships that might one day trouble Earth. Do it, ma'am. Take the risk. But just remember, you're not a kid anymore. It's amazing how tolerant families are of these long mystery deployments, Osmond said. Lots of young single officers. I did wonder, UNSC lonely loser. Oh, there'll be 17,000 shipmates before too long, and nothing much else to do. Two-edged sword families. something to fight for, or something to lose or grieve over. But I'll never know. Osmond watched the displays, keen to forget the family complications that might end up plaguing Kilo 5. She switched to the drone view of Vadam, trying to work out which pile of smoke was unflinching resolve. That probably explained why she couldn't raise Telcam. Was he dead? She'd have to find another way to keep the plates spinning. He couldn't be the only religious Sangheili ripe for exploiting. It must be very hard to have normal relationships in this job, Bibi said suddenly, obviously still pondering on Lonely Loser. And not just because the clear azure pool of eligible men contains so many rotting leaves of the Captain Hogarth variety. Osmond almost shot back a heartfelt response, but found herself frozen. The most unsettling thing about the conversation with Bibi was that he almost never had to ask her a question because he knew her past. He had every conceivable piece of information ever recorded about her, including the staff she didn't even know and wasn't willing to work or look at for herself. He remembered it flawlessly, too, all the dates and names that she forgot, even though she prided herself on every sharp memory by human standards. But so much conversation was about the past, the wealth of details, and incidents known to other persons that could be dredged up and discussed, or asked about politely, and Bibi was incapable of being surprised by any of it. Bibi's past hardly existed. And the things that fascinated her the most about him as an entity, as a person, were whatever linked him to his donor and how he handled knowing that he'd ceased to exist in an unfairly short time. He rarely knew how she'd felt about these things, though. The records didn't cover these things, which was why many of the little charts were eye-wateringly intrusive. It was all that was left to really talk about. You're right, she said. There's only one bigger blight on a girl's social life than being an Oni brass, and that's being a Spartan. Have you had this conversation with Naomi? Not while my data chip is still lodged in her head. Very wise. Osmond almost asked if he knew anything about his donor, but lost her nerve. Bibi was now her closest confidant. She wasn't sure if that was sad or miraculous. I'm going to grab a coffee while I can, she said. I'll take root in the damn chair if I don't walk a few more decks during the day. Port Stanley felt bigger and emptier now than ever. In the wardroom, one of the few communal spaces that was small enough to feel comforting for a crew of 6, she poured herself a cup of the best Jamaica that Parangoski had laid on for the squad and smiled at the memory of Adge endlessly tinkering with the coffee machine until he'd perfected it. But the next thought leapt back to Phillips, and that was nothing to smile about. It's just a few days. The rebellion isn't affecting every city. He'll come through it. She shut her eyes and slipped for a few moments. She was so far away now that Bibi's voice almost made her choke. I thought you'd like to know that I've located Telcam, he said, or at least some of his crew. Osmond slammed the cup down on the counter and set off back towards the bridge at a jog. Can you get a call into them? I'm trying now. His ship's burning, but they seem to have set up an operating base outside of a keep. By the time she got to the bridge, Bibi was talking to someone in Sangheili. She could also hear the simultaneous English translation. Shipmaster, I insist, Bibi was saying. We must speak to Telcam. Get him. He dropped one voice to a whisper. It was impulsive to hear him speak with 3 voices simultaneously. I fed them bogus data to make it look like a Kigyar ship. I'm clever like that, and you'll sound convincingly authentic to them. Osmond sat down and tried to think like a mercenary heron. There was no point banging on the table and telling them that their Oni quartermaster had arrived. Shipmaster, she said, trying to project Kigyar disdain, I demand to speak to Avumed Telcam. Bibi formed a small yellow note and positioned it in the eye line. It's Fours, it read. Remember Fours, Jules' friend. And who are you? Fours snarled. All you need to know is that I have kept him supplied. Unless you have a spare warship at this very moment, then I suspect he's too busy to talk. Tell him, Osmond said quietly, that he'll need me very soon when Van Am's allies show up. It was worth a gamble. It was only words. Get him. Or is he dead already? The channel went silent and Osmond waited. BB rotated slowly, his equivalent of finger drumming. Then a familiar voice came over the audio. It was Telcam, and he wasn't amused. Where is Pious Inquisitor? He demanded. We've been signaling you for an entire day. The question was both unexpected and utterly fascinating. BB had played the Kigyar card very well indeed. In one sentence, Telcam had revealed the world of information, the most significant of which was that the Kigyar had control of a battle cruiser. Damn it, they had Inquisitor. This is Osmond, she said. Where's Phillips? He's missing. My people went in and he was gone. Telcam took a couple of breaths. He could admit he had human allies. Not with the company he was keeping now. He'd keep his mouth shut. We don't have him. Then damn, we'll find him. And you're on your own. We are winning, for the moment. What are you telling me? I'm bluffing almost. But you're in chaos, lucky or not, and can't afford to ignore me. I want Phillips back. Put the word out. Do whatever you have to find him, and I'll do whatever I can if the battle turns against you. You know something? Find him, and tell your people not to fire on my team. Understood? Osmond out. BB cut the comms. Osmond expected her pulse to be racing, but it wasn't. She was in control again, and it felt good. Remind me never to play poker with you, Captain, BB said. And not just because I haven't any hands. Well, that flushed out some supplies. Good spoof, BB. Oh, some surprises. Good spook, BB. And she misplaced a battle cruiser. Whoops. Don't you just hate it when that happens? Osmond had backed herself into a corner over Phillips, but it was a position she realized she would have found herself in sooner or later. Kilo 5 was there for one purpose, to keep saying Helios divided, and it meant that there could be no outright winners. So Pious Inquisitor, now what do the Kigyar want with her? I have a feeling that we ought to keep an eye out for her, Osmond said, just in case. ON IRF Trevelyan. Dr. Magnuson held out her hand. I think we should do a blood test, she said. You're not improving. Jules sat on his bunk and struggled to hold his head up. It was a disgrace to show weakness in front of a human. But he hadn't been able to keep his food down for 2 or more days, and he was finding it harder to stay alert. You don't know what you're looking for, he said. What do you know of Sangheili biology? She folded her arms. It took a few moments to speak. Quite a lot now, actually. You can learn a lot from dissection. So you found a use for our fallen, wouldn't you? She held out her hand again, palm up. Come on, it won't hurt. She held a small stylus in her right hand. He thrust out his palm, not sure what to expect, and she simply touched the stylus against one of his fingers. There was a brief feeling of suction, but nothing more. There, she said, all done. We'll take a look at that and see if we can find out exactly why you're so sick. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back on your old diet. Gas has to be preferable to diarrhea and vomiting. Well, I'm not hungry. You will be sooner or later. Magnuson leaned over him. He wasn't sure that he still had the strength to throttle her, even if he decided to. Now, you said something about going outside. She made a half-hearted promise, but he never expected her to try to keep it. Humans lied so easily that they didn't even seem to realize that they were doing it sometimes. Are you going to tell me it's possible? I did promise, she said, but I have to take security precautions. I can't escape from this world, right? Then he'd have trouble trying to escape from a warm bath. You said so yourself. You could still cause a lot of damage. And you could certainly meet with an accident on Trevelyan. And I do mean an accident. We don't know most of what's here yet. Think of it as a compromise. She stood back and went to the open door. Urhurgoff drifted into the room, carrying something all too familiar. It was explosive harness, of the kind that the brutes had sometimes fitted to the Hurugok, to stop them from falling in enemy hands. Jewel doubted that the creature enjoyed the irony or even understood it. It approached him with the harness and stopped just in front of him, with it draped over its tentacles like a servant waiting for him to try on a new tunic. The device will only be detonated if we can't find you for an extended period, Magnuson said. And we now have complete satellite coverage, so there's no escaping it. She went to the window and looked out, one hand flat on the toughened pane. What a gorgeous day. It always is, though. It's a very impressive climate management system. Jewel was repelled by the idea of the harness, but the more he looked at it, the more an idea began to form, a new possibility. Not the one that he wanted, but a fallback position that might achieve his aim if all else failed. How many Hurugok were there? Could he conceive a way of getting them all in one place and somehow triggering the device? But I don't want to die. I want to go home. I want to see Rhea again, and my keep and my kin. I refuse to wear this, he said. I'm not an animal. It's the only way you're going outside. Would you do anything differently if I were your prisoner? Getting out of his cell was his priority. The rest was a detail he'd have to work out as he went. The opportunity was too important to let pass, and he knew his resolve was being eroded hour by hour by his painful, debilitating illnesses. He debated whether to submit quietly. That would either placate her or make her more weary, but in the end, he wasn't sure if that mattered. Very well, he held out his arms from both sides. I can't stand these four walls any longer. The Hurugok hesitated for a moment, then rose up to place the collar section over Jewel's head. He could see its tentacles working frantically in the feel of slight movement of air as it generated. The creature was remaking the harness as it went. The collar was heavier than Jewel expected. Can this thing understand me? He said. He has a translation device, yes. Whether you want to understand him is another matter. Magnuson glanced over at the datapad, smiling. The Hurugok was obviously communicating with her. He says he's heard that Hurugok have warned them with no ill effects. Until they go off, of course. Jewel was still combing the terms with human humor. He understood sarcasm a great deal better. Perhaps that observation had come from her, or maybe it had really come from the Hurugok. But either way, they were mocking him. The idea of the Hurugok with a sarcastic side was more than he could accept. They were machines. The creature finished securing the harness. Jewel could see no clips or closures, no obvious point in which to unfasten the steam straps. And he was unsure that trying to cut or tear them would trigger the explosive. Ask it a question for me, he said. Ask him yourself. His name's Prone, short for prone to drift. If you insist. Jewel found it impossible to make eye contact with it. It had too many eyes. If you can put these devices on, why couldn't you remove them from yourselves? Prone floated over the window and peeled Magnuson's datapad from her hand. She seemed amused by it. Him. And perhaps even a little fond. Hurugok dismantled and rebuilt equipment so fast that it was hard to see exactly what they were doing. Prone cilia were a translucent blur for just a few seconds before he appeared to extract something the size of the claw from the screen of the datapad itself and returned the device to Magnuson. He drifted back towards Jewel, holding the tiny fragment in one tentacle. What's that? Jewel demanded. Prone placed the object in Jewel's harness, where it merged instantly with the fabric and sat there like a decorative silver thread. A modification so that you can listen to me. Jewel didn't so much hear the words as feel them. It was like having a communicator buried in his skull. I understand you. They tell me that my brothers were assured it was for their own good. They were told that the humans would force them to destroy Forerunner creations if they captured them alive. Prone paused. They now know that was untrue. Jewel wondered if he detected a little vengeance in there somewhere. No, Hergok cared only about repairing and building. If they had any emotion, it was a response designed in them by the Forerunners to ensure that they were moved to compassion by the plight of faulty machinery. Had they been human? He knew humans well enough to know, by now to realize, they would exact revenge whenever servants became masters. Magnuson checked something on her datapad. Got you. I can track you anywhere. May I go outside now? Jewel asked. Yes, but be careful of the traffic. It seemed like foolish advice, but she started laughing. Prone was one of the custodians of this place. I'm sure he'll help be your tour guide. The words didn't translate into Singhili, but their meaning seemed clear in context, and Jewel made a note of them. He was picking up English, one word at a time. Hingehead, he finally worked that out. The armored guard stood back to let him pass, with a completely blank expression, but his chin was drawn back a little, as if he found Jewel's repellent and was trying to hold his breath. The man would probably have killed him if he hadn't had orders not to. Suddenly, Jewel was in a narrow, featureless corridor with a door at one end and a rectangle of bright, beckoning sunlight set in it. His stomach was cramping and sore, and his legs felt unsteady, but he drew himself up to his full height and strode towards the door with as much dignity as he could muster after vomiting and soiling himself for 2 days. The door opened and he approached it. The air was so sweet and fresh that it tasted like perfume. Jewel sucked it in gratefully. Now he was standing in a quadrangle of prefabricated buildings around a central area of grass dotted with wild flowers. Through the gaps between them, he could see open downs dotted with more gray and blue steel buildings, and, in the far distance, elegant towers that could never have been made by humans. Magnuson shoved him gently in the small of his back. Go on, she said. Go for a walk. Where? Go look at the Forerunner ruins. Be inspired. Prone can show you where we're growing the Irricon. Why was she doing this? Jewel had asked himself that question 100 times a day, and none of the answers convinced him. She was far too compliant far too soon. And that was the same face that I present to her. But what if that's what she wants? What if she's observing me for some reason? What if this is exactly what she wants me to do? But that didn't matter. He'd taken a vital step towards getting out of Trevelyan. He couldn't waste the rest of his life asking himself endless questions and taking no action. It was time to act now. He set off across the grass, unsteadily and uncomfortably aware of the Hergok trailing a few paces behind him. But he kept going, through the gap between the buildings and out into the open lands. He passed humans in pairs and groups, some of them wearing baggy, single-piece garments in various drab colors and rank markings he didn't understand, others in uniforms with gold trim that was more familiar. They looked at him with expressions that he'd learned to recognize, loathing, suspicion, and dread, and some that he hadn't. But none of them seemed startled or unafraid. He wasn't the victor here, the conqueror, the invader. He was their prisoner, a curiosity at best and an object of contempt at worst. When he finally stopped, his legs were shaking. He turned to look back at the human settlement and noted again how rapidly it had spread. You don't know where you're going, Prone said. Do you want to see the Forerunner buildings? The nearest is 1 kilometer from here. The Urkin crop is so much closer. Show me that first, then. Prone did no more than lead him in the right direction. Hergok generally spoke when spoken to, and volunteered nothing. But why would they? They're just machines. Jewel couldn't see the Irricon now, a long broad ship of yellow-green leaf topped with white spikes of seed heads that stretched over the brow of a small hill. That in itself was incredible. The crop took 2 seasons to mature, but here it was, growing and ripening, in what could only have been days. It took longer than that to granulate. He remembered playing in the fields around Pecan as a child, digging up the seeds from the furrows, while the grunts were still busy sowing it and making angry gestures at him. How did they achieve that, he asked. How did they make it grow so fast? Many techniques, Prode said, and created a bubble for them. Jules struggled with the word bubble. A glass house, a plant shelter, slip space, a time out of this time. Sometimes slower, sometimes faster. No Huragok had ever come across could manipulate time. That made those creatures even more dangerous as a weapon for the humans to use. Jewel couldn't yet imagine all the ways that could be misused, but he was certain that it would be. He walked through the crop, half expecting to find that it was somehow artificial, but the leaves smelled strongly when he accidentally trod upon them. When he reached the top of the hill, he looked down on another familiar sight that shouldn't have been here. Out in this rigorous lie of a world, Kolos, wandering around in pens with high fences that seemed to be woven loosely from strands of metal. The pens had concrete floors, and the animals nibbed at the irrigant plants piled in a mesh trough. It took him a few moments to work out what he was actually looking at. In one pen, the Kolos appeared strong and healthy, the thick, glossy coats. In the other, they looked thin and listless. Some of them were stretched out on the floor, flanks heaving. He wasn't sure why the humans had separated the flocks. Did the humans know how to take care of these animals? Jewel asked. He didn't, but any fool could tell what a sick Kolo looked like. What's wrong with the ones in the pen? They are unwell, Prone said. The others are not. Prone clearly had a talent for being annoyingly enigmatic. Jewel would have to get more answers from Magnuson the next time she visited. He wondered if the Kolos were infected and whether the same sickness was causing his symptoms. He carried on past the pens and Prone sped up to head him off. Wrong direction. The Huragok was remarkably insistent. The nearest Forerunner buildings are in the other direction. You are too weak to walk to the others. Jewel wanted nothing more than to curl up in a dark corner and sleep. But he was relatively free now, and he was determined to make the most of it. Take me to the nearest ruins, then. They are not ruins. Perhaps it was reverence. The word might have sounded disrespectful to the Huragok, and Jewel knew just how sacred even the most derelict heap of crumbling stone was to the monks back home. Interfering with those relics could still mean death. He followed Prone in silence, getting closer to the elegant towers that he'd seen from a distance, until he could pick out the shapes of the gold stone blocks and the smooth curves. The buildings looked as if they'd been constructed yesterday. They were perfect. So they're not ruins, he said. There were many remains of the Forerunners that were in excellent condition, but none like this. What are they? Where did they go? They still function, Prone said. Function? Function, Prone said, and he didn't elaborate. Nasaloon Keep, Acroli, 80 kilometers from Anton. What are you? Elar demanded. More females clustered around her, all armed and all staring at Phillips, as if they were sizing him up for cuts of meat. And how can you speak our language? Phillips had no strategery to fall back on except harmlessness. He could see youngsters creeping into the hall to check out what their mothers were doing. With any luck, the females wouldn't open fire with kids around. My name is Evan Phillips, he said. Now came the big gamble. Whose side was this keep on, if any? He prepped for some creative embroidery. I'm a language scholar. The Arbiter gave me permission to visit sacred sites to study the inscriptions, but I got lost. The females loomed over him. Some of the kids were as tall as he was. But it was a plasma of pistols that worried him the most. How? Phyllis, Alar said. Phillips, Waited for a chance to play the Arum card. Maybe one of the kids would have one. How did I get lost? Yes, nobody strays here by accident. I did. I stepped through a Forerunner portal in a temple in Ontom. It had far more effect than he bargained for. Alara leaned over to stare into his eyes. It was that awful moment when you felt an animal breathe and didn't know if it was going to lick you or sink its teeth into your face. Not possible. No monk does this. No human ever could. Dango butted in. He did, my lady. I saw him. He just popped up in the holy ruins, out of nowhere. Everyone took a step back from Phillips. It was like the sun coming out. He would have preferred them to hail him as a miracle worker, but instead they just seemed more hesitant about ripping him limb from limb. He decided to quit while he was ahead. It had a lock like an Arum, he said. I opened it. Do you want me to show you? They looked blank. He'd been sure that the Arum was universally understood, but maybe not. Then one of the bigger kids stepped forward and thrust a polished ebony ball into his hands. Philip smiled, utterly confident, and began to rotate the clicky parts. The stone at his heart rattled invitingly. Click, click, click. This was taking longer than he expected. He could feel the parts moving and hear the whisper of wood on wood as the sections rotated and moved apart deep inside. Damn! He looked up for a moment into disbelieving eyes. This was a really bad time to find he'd lost his magic touch. Even the grunts were watching transfixed. As he gave it one more quarter turn in its vertical axis, then all of a sudden, reassuringly, chunk indicated that the gore had opened. He shook the stone out into his sweating palm. It was scarlet shot with black veins and the size of a marble. I think the arm was based on those locks somehow, he said. It's a little link with the Forerunners. Olar looked him up and down again. Clever, but I hope you can make yourself more useful than that. You don't look like a warrior. And that's what we have most need of. She caught him by the shoulder and steered him up the hall toward the window. The keep was all rough stone blocks, uneven flagstones, and heavyweight rustic wooden furniture. Nothing like the polished minimalism of the place that he'd visited in Vidam. When he looked through the long slit of rippled glass, he was staring down a narrow alley at a thick layer of smoke. Now he could see more buildings in the distance that had to be part of the town itself. Alara leaned over Phillips as if she was checking what he was looking at. He'd never stuck in a room with a group of Sangheili females before, and they smelled of clean feathers, distinctively different from the leather upholstery scent of the males. The youngsters were watching him intently with unnerving little head movements that reminded him way too much of baby mongooses being taught to hunt snakes. He felt like prey. Our husbands have gone to fight the Arbiter, Alar said, and in the absence, the elder of Lakalu Keep has come to seize our land because he's a coward who can only fight females and infants. Oh dear, I should have kept walking and found the Arbiter's guy. He's loyal to the Arbiter, is he? He's loyal to whoever enables him to claim our territory. She let out a long hiss. They'll be back soon. Back? I thought you could speak Sangheili. I understood you. I'm just worried. Then this will comfort you, Shobar. Give me that. Elara held her hand out to one of the other females and took the pistol from her. She slapped it in Phillips's palm. Can you handle this? It was far too big for him. He had to grip it in both hands, like a submachine gun, which made him feel pretty wary, until he saw how easily a bunch of housewives hefted the weapon in one hand. You'll need to show me how it works, he said. Like I know the first thing about firearms. You promised to teach me, Vaz. Is this the trigger? Yes. At least 100 rounds. If you hold it down, though, it overcharges and you can destroy larger targets, provided someone doesn't kill you while you're waiting. I'll stick to single shots then. Most sensible. Phillips thought of those screaming fighter crafts zipping overhead. Is this going to be any use against banshees? They won't use aircraft now. They've cut us from our own town. They'll want to farm in one piece. This will be a siege, especially as we shot down one of their smaller vessels. Siege? No, not again. This is not happening. Now I'm holed up with Ma Baker and her sisters? How the hell did he end up walking into another crisis after walking out of the first one? He couldn't take his eyes off of the pistol. It was probably more of a dagger to him than to the enemy. How fast would he burn through 100 rounds? I need to tell my ship where I'm at, he said. Will you let me contact the Arbiter? He won't be able to save you. Alar held up her free hand for silence. Head cooked, as if she'd heard something. Shobar, go to the rear door and take the Ungoy with you. F. Phyllis, your call will have to wait. Bang! Something crashed against the heavy doors behind him, shaking off particles of varnish. Smoke curled in around the cracks. Most of the children fled upstairs, but the bigger ones stayed. Some armed with wooden staves, others with small pistols. Why not give me one of those? Maybe they weren't real. If the battalion of crazed Sangheili commandos stormed the keep right then, Phillips didn't know if he had what it took to pull the trigger. He wasn't even going to get the chance to practice. One thing was certain now. Whoever was outside wasn't going to care if the humans or the Sangheili in the heat of the moment. And most of the planet would still see him as his enemy. Bang! The door shook again. It sounded like lightning crackling overhead. Not as a battering ram. He guessed someone was using a plasma weapon on the door. Bang! Alar and a couple of the other females just stood there, calmly and slowly raised their pistols. Bang! And then one half of the door burst off of his hinges. Philip saw an arm poke through. But that was as far as it got. From that moment on, he couldn't take his eyes off of the door or look to the other side. Bolts of brilliant light poured in. He squeezed the trigger instinctively, instead of ducking, and then his entire field of vision was a wall of what looked like continuous tracer fire. If there were any people or bodies on the receiving end, he only saw them as vague dark shapes. The noise, the smell, and the smoke made him reel. He was holding the pistol so tightly now that his right hand was starting to go numb. He only stopped when the big Sangheili hand slapped down on him and he realized the noise and plasma bolts were now coming from him and nobody else. There were a couple of bodies in the door frame, smoke curling off of their backs, and the door was mostly charcoal and splinters. Stop, Alar barked. The door is dead now. Phillips still couldn't see anything. His vision was dappled with bright red spots wherever he looked, the aftermath of staring into those points of light. But he felt charged up and hyper alert again, almost shaky. God, he loved this feeling. He was scared shitless. But he couldn't feel every nerve in his muscle and fiber in his body. He could almost see them. Alar stalked over to the debris from the firefight and turned one of the bodies over with her boot. So you attack women and make a mess of my clean floor, you filth, she snarled at the corpse. Come on, we must barricade this doorway while we still can. Phillips tried to take a look outside, but Alar batted him back with one hand. Youngsters and adult females swarmed back into the chamber, dragging furniture, planks of wood, and sheets of composite that made odd, wobbling noises. Then began frantically boarding up the doorways. They clearly had a defensive drill, and everyone seemed to know what their part in it was. Phillips wished he'd counted how many rounds he'd squeezed off. He stared at his pistol, now lost. Oh God, do I recharge this thing? Or does it have power packs? How long does it take? He didn't have a clue. For all he knew, he could have killed a dozen Sangheili and not even seen them fall. The red blotches still danced in front of him when he blinked. He hoped it wasn't permanent retina damage. Professor, BB said quickly, your heart rate is worrying me. Shh, I'm fine. Professor, do some translation, record stuff. Phillips moved at a crouch to the back window and rested the pistol on the still and as best as he could. It was more likely a horseshoe shape, no muzzle as such to poke through small holes. He squinted with one eye to try to see past the red lights. Someone was walking up behind him. Head down, Phyllis, Alar whispered. And wait. We will now contact someone to tell them that you are here. The Arbiter? He was going to get out. Shame, really. He was starting to feel invincible. He wasn't... He wanted to get better at this. Oh, thank you, thank you. No, she put a huge hand on his head and shoved him down below the line on the windowsill. The servants of the abiding truth. If the Arbiter values you enough to let you come here, then you may well be a valuable hostage. His stomach lurched and fell, so right back where I started. That's terrific. But there was an equal chance that he'd end up with his head incinerated by the plasma round of the Sangheili who didn't know him and just wanted a few hundred more hectares of prime arable. Okay, Philip said. I better not get killed then. Chapter 9. People make stupid decisions in wars. Wrong kit, wrong assets, wrong places, egos taking precedence over common sense politics. The men and women at the sharp end of dying when they don't have to because someone farther away from danger is more concerned about budget or votes or ambitions as well. Well, we've cut the politicians out of it. We've only got ourselves to blame now. Commander Thomas Lasky, XO, UNSC Infinity. Vadam, Sanghelios. Vadam Keep had stood for 1,000 years, they said. But Rhea wasn't sure it would survive much longer. She did as Forrest told her, and kept her head down behind a barricade of ghosts, revenants, and specters that marked the forward rebel position 6 kilometers from the keep walls. The keep itself was more rock than masonry. One wing set into the lower slopes of Mount Kolar itself. A huge hole in the east wall now gaped like a mouth open in outrage that everyone would dare attack it. The Arbiter was being brought down, a stone, a brick, and a branch at a time. Not by overwhelming technology or by firepower of capital ships, but by the sheer number of small groups with a single bitter grudge. Ray wondered if any of them would have anything in common once the task was accomplished. But for the time being, they were at least united. For them, it was bad enough that Thel Vadam had turned his back on the gods. But he compounded the betrayal by appeasing the humans. He'd fought alongside them, defended them, shaken hands with them, and now he'd allowed them to trample onto the spiritual heart of their world. He had to pay for this sacrilege. Ray no longer believed that ritual could please or offend real gods, or make any difference to imagined ones either. She wanted her husband back, and then she wanted her nation restored, able to shape its own destiny for the first time in a millennia. But it was hard to think beyond her family when she was so cold, hungry, and in the middle of a battlefield. Forrest leaned over her. You should go home now and wait for Jewel. Wherever he is, when the Arbiter falls, he'll be found and freed. I can find someone else to take you back to Mdama. I have to stay, she said. I have to see through this. She raised her head over the barricade and looked around. She'd expected a violent uprising to be continuous, shooting and shelling. But it was confusingly disjointed. There were long, quiet lulls. Warriors, veterans, and young alike stood in discussion, watching and waiting. Some taking opportunities to eat hurried snacks. From time to time, the hiss and crack of plasma fire would send someone running for cover or return fire. Or a banshee, sometimes one from the keep, sometimes one attacking it, would zip overhead, and explosions would shake the soil beneath the feet of the people. There was one of these moments. A purple metallic streak caught her eye, and the sound hit her. A heartbeat later, a pulsed stream of fire went up from a revenant and caught its tail section. The banshee belched flames and smoke before skimming the walls of the keep and disappearing beyond the mountain. Then an explosion. She couldn't see, sent smoke high into the air, firing. Firing started again, up on both sides now. Force pointed away from the front line. As I said, go home. Ray ignored him. Sooner or later the rebels would storm the keep, and she'd go with them. She'd kill anyone who got in her way, and she'd find the cells and locked rooms that such a keep would certainly have. and then she'd search for Jewel in every one of them. If he wasn't there, and he still didn't come home once the Arbiter was gone, she'd know he was dead. But she knew nothing of the kind, not yet. Telcam walked along the barricade with the air of the Kaidan surveying its territory. He stopped when he got to Force and Rhea. "I have a task for you, Force," he said. "I need a guest collected." Force thrust his head forward. "What kind of guest?" "Someone whose safety I need to ensure. A human who's on Sing Helios with the Arbiter's permission. He's at Acroli with the loyal keep that has been attacked. Go and get him. Bring him to me." "Why would you need to keep any humans safe?" Ray asked. "Because I have a promise that I need to honor to continue doing the will of the gods. He has considerable value." Forrest didn't question the situation. Ray wanted to, but thought better of it. "Very well, I'll collect your hostage, but what about Ray?" Forrest asked. "I can't leave her here without protection. She can go on the journey with you." Ray objected. "But I've come to find my husband. He could be anywhere, and there's little you can do here." Telcam looked around impatiently. "It's your choice. How long will it take you, Force?" Force spread his arms. "It's a short flight. We could be back here before the next meal." "There, my lady, you can go with your protector and still be back in time to watch the fall of the blasphemer," Telcam said. "And my conscience will be temporarily soothed. I would prefer not to have the shame of a female dying on my battlefield." Ray realized she no longer had any leverage. She'd lost it in that moment. Telcam had taken the ship from her quarry, and now even that ship was gone. If she wanted to carry on her hunt for Jewel, then it would require Telcam's blessing. Force would bring her back. She could rely on him. So she would concede a tactical withdrawal. "Come on, Ray," Force said, beckoning to her. "Fieldmaster, where is the keep?" "Danil will program the coordinates for you." Telcam walked away slowly. "Take one of the Phantoms. The least equipped one, mind you. But I want the human alive and well. No foolish mistakes with the locals. His name is Phyllis." Ray followed Force through the ranks of rebels and vessels that were assembling in even greater numbers now in the lowland facing Vidam Keep. "Look at that," he said. "It still worries me when we assemble too many vessels in one place. But who left to take advantage of our vulnerability? There's no one." It looked as if half of the keeps in the northern hemisphere had sent a few warriors and a vessel of some kind. There were now so many packed in the coastal strip between the keep and the sea that Ray felt she'd walk several kilometers simply to pass through them and reach the Phantom. Jewel had said the keeps had commandeered ships and hardware when the Covenant collapsed, but this was the first time that she'd fully understood how much had been spirited away. Much of it was battered and looked poorly maintained, without a Huragok to take care of it. But it was almost as if the great righteous army had come together again. "We could do this. We have far to go. But we have come and become powerful as a nation again. We can relearn what it means to be great." For a moment she wished she had brought her young sons to see all of this, the sight of all of those vessels and warriors. However divided they were by petty domestic feuds, was eloquent a lesson in nationhood as any long speech that Uncle Naxan could give them. "This human must be very important," she said. "Ah, politics," Forrest shook his head. "Just another worm. This must be one of Buran said that they had taken to the temple. There must be a very special ransom for him. The human didn't matter at all. Can you fly a Phantom?" "Of course I can. It's only a dropship. But I can't operate its weapons." Ray could see it clearly now, a curved and polished blue hull, like a squat insect. "We will need them." "It's simply a plasma cannon," Force said. "Leave all of that to me, as if we need it against farmers." He sounded very casual. But then, he was used to cruisers and battles involving entire fleets. This was a minor diversion for him. Danil met him at the ramp. The phantom assigned to them wasn't the one she'd been looking at, but a less glorious twin, short on polish and worse for wear. Only the 4 cannon works, Dunhill said. The other 2 are awaiting repair. Let's hope the farmers have no large rocks then, Forrest said. He ushered Ray into the cockpit. Touch nothing, even if it doesn't work. In the last day, she had forced her way onto a warship, survived a crash landing under fire, and watched the beginning of the end of Thel the Dam. Now, she was sitting in the cockpit of a phantom preparing to collect an alien. An enemy that had fought the Covenant for an entire generation. It would be hard to look this creature into the eye and not want to kill it. Have you ever met a human, Force? She asked as the dropship lifted off. The drive sounded irregular. She couldn't describe it any other way. Have you touched one? A live one, that is? Forrest rocked his head from side to side in a shrug. Only from a great distance. They're very small. When they take their helmets off, they have these strange flat faces that look as if something has been cut off of them. Horrible, Ray said. And this one speaks Sangheili. Do they all? No, it's too difficult for their little animal brains. Some warriors had to learn their language simply to insult them properly. So this is Phyllis. Creature was unusual. Ray was curious. It would be something to tell Jewel about when she found him and brought him home. Another way of showing him that she'd finally understood his world and would be more understanding in the future of what has driven him. Don't get too comfortable, Forrest said. The sea churned beneath them as they crossed the coast at Fedham Harbor, completely deserted today. We'll be over Acroli before you know it. UNSC Tartkart searching the Ontom coast, Sanghelios. Got him, BB said. Got him. Got him. His blue box did a flip and a twirl in the middle of the cramped crew bay, catching Mao's shoulder. It was weird. Not only because it didn't feel of anything, but because BB was precisely controlled to misjudge a movement, even with his hologram. All heads turned and Devril made a yee-haw noise. Where? Mal couldn't see anything on the recon display. The dropship was skimming low over the deserted shoreline. Just in case, Phillips had decided to wait it out in the least populated open ground. But even on the thermal screen, nothing showed up except for some kind of 4-legged eels basking in the water's edge and slapping their tails. Alive, yeah? He's just shown up at the keep in Acroli, and they've called Telcam to pick him up. Better get there before a mad monk does then. Mal slapped the bulkhead. Acroli, Dev. And don't spare the horses. Where is it? Here's the coordinates, BB said. The dropship banked and swung out of the sea. Leon, you'll probably want to fix your hair before we pick him up. What's he doing in Acroli? Devereaux asked. Ignoring the jibe. That's 80 clicks away. Portal, BB trilled. Lucky that I'm phenomenal, or else we'd still be twiddling our thumbs waiting for Hood to send that list of sites. You just can't get the staff these days. I don't think the Arbiter's taking calls at the moment. Mal battered at BB's hologram to get his attention. Are you going to tell us what went on? Phyllis popped up in the middle of a field and some grunts took him to a farmer's keep. They really can't say his name, and the keep's been under attack, but everything's fine because the ladies of the house have beaten them off. Haha. Sorry. You could clip that. Oh my god. One more time. The keep's been under attack, but everything's fine because the ladies at the house have beaten them off. Oh, now, we get the detail. Mal trusted BB to give them the intel that they needed when they needed it, but sometimes the AI liked to indulge in a bit of theater. At the moment, though, it was hard to tell if he was amusing himself or just trying not to worry about what he'd find when they hooked up with Phillips again. So, this isn't a post-extraction, is it? Probably not. Depends on what's happening when we get there. We'll be there in minutes, BB, Devereaux said. Is there a fight or not? At the moment, it sounds like not. Look, I'm just listening in on every unreliable comms leak. I'll have to move to surveillance a surveillance drone to actually see anything and would be an acrolie before it's in position. I hope you've got an extract location. Nesselin Keep. It's not marked on the charts, but it's a small town, yes? Okay, we'll worry about how we knock on the doors when we get there. The keep's gotta be obvious, right? Vaz made a noisy show of clipping down his armor plates and reloading his rifle. Females, he checked the optics. Reminds me, have I ever seen a female hingehead? Do they look any different? Not a lot, BB said. You won't want to date. It's the Jaws ghastly kissers. Then they'd better hand Phyllis over. Vaz was immune to being cheered up. I believe in equality. I'll shoot anyone. He got up and walked to the front of the compartment, grabbing the safety rails as he went. Naomi still had the shutters up. She hadn't taken off her helmet and sat staring at the bulkhead arms folded, which probably meant that she was watching something on her HUD. Mal placed a mental bet that it was the latest Oni report on Venezia. It was too easy to forget that once they'd retrieved Phillips, a cue for another messy problem was still in waiting patiently for them. So remind me what the strategy is, Vaz said. Are we playing nice with Telcam or not? How do you think he's going to react when we grab Phillips? Well, there's the interesting thing, BB said, Osmond told him, to find Phillips or else no more arms. But they're using words like hostage on the comms channel. Naomi lifted off her helmet and tidied her hair with one hand. If Mal hadn't known better, he'd have thought she'd just woken up. Even if he doesn't think Phillips is a hostage, the others might. We're not dealing with one tidy group here. I always assume the worst, Mal said. So do I, Devereaux sounded off as if she'd leaned over out of her seat. If you can't see me, it's you can't see me time. A row of unfamiliar status lights flashed up in the bulkhead repeater. Deflective camo, Dev? That's nostalgic. I didn't think we still had it. Just because it didn't fool Covenant sensors doesn't mean Farmer Giles can spot us, she said. There's still value in hiding behind a tree, you know. Mal caught himself teetering on the edge of praying that nobody would wonder what that funny whining noise was overhead. As if any god would care about what's happened to one ODST. Carbon nanotube cloaking was very old and largely useless now, but Kilo 5 wasn't going up against high-tech enemies. This was pitchfork country. It would do. It doesn't make us completely invisible, he said, or silent. No, but it makes us pretty damn hard to spot at 200 meters. Devereaux made a few grunting sounds, as if she really was combing out tangled hair. BB didn't comment. Did you think he was dead, Phillips? No, I never gave him permission to die. Naomi flipped her helmet over between her hands, like a basketball. I don't believe anyone's dead until I see a body. It wasn't like her to join in unless she was asked a specific question. Mal's first thought was that she meant her father. But then he remembered that she'd been really cut up to hear that Master Chief was officially MIA with a strong unofficial dash of KIA. Maybe she meant him. It was hard to tell with so many dead and so few bodies brought home. We'll be over Acroli in 6 minutes. Devereaux still seemed more worried about Phillips than she'd admit. Ideas on how to identify Nesselin, BB? Well, a farmhouse with a lot of damage, probably. You're a natural-born navigator. 6 minutes was a lot longer than it sounded. Mal sealed his helmet and checked his video feeds. One of the exterior cams mounted under Tarkart's nose, showing a lot of greenery that threw long shadows in the late afternoon, and a little stone-built town beyond. It looked like a half a dozen small-walled keeps and a few big barns. But as the town rushed up on them, Mal saw some serious damage. Big holes in some of the walls, missing sections of roofs, and the charred remains of a fighter or something gouged into the ground. It wasn't exactly pitchfork fighting then. Well, it's all damage, BB, Mal said. Next idea? Tarkart slowed and looped around the settlement at 300 meters. There were some Sangheili trying to salvage their property, and a couple of them looked up at the dropship as it passed overhead, but they went back to clearing the rubble. They'd heard it, but they didn't quite see it. They probably thought the noise was coming from another direction. Telcam gotta have coordinates to find the place, BB said. If I could get a hold of him, Acroli is largely Arbiter supporters. Location, any clue at all would do. Wait one. See, BB? When we were babies ODSTs in training, the Sarge impressed upon us the importance of observation and planning when retrieving hostages. BB went a little acid. You can go back and ask the Sarge then, staff. A rough stone building that looked like a kid's idea of a fort stood a couple of clicks away from the settlement. Okay, what's that over there? Another keep? And what's the muzzle flash? Mal knew perfectly well what it was. He'd seen enough plasma fire to last him a lifetime. I bet it's Nessalem. As Cart slowed to sweep wide around the fields, Mal could see that it wasn't so much a firefight as a sporadic exchange of shooting. About 20 hinge heads crouched in cover of low walls and shabby outbuildings focused on the main structure. But they seemed to be playing a waiting game rather than launching an assault. A couple of the shots spat out from a narrow window. The hingeheads laying siege ducked and then fired back. Then it went quiet again. This had to be the farmhouse. The dropship changed course again, and now Mal could see the state of the main doors. The opening was blocked with all kinds of wood, and blackened smoke streaks radiated from the stone door frame like sooty petals. It looked like they had tried to storm this place and failed. So the women are defending the keep because the blokes are away fighting, I suppose, Mal said. Which means they could be back any time. So the ones down here can't wait forever. What do you want to do? Devereaux asked. Set down and observe for a while? No, let's clear the area. Come around and approach from the east, lay down a bit of fire, and push them back. Wherever the elites outside were, they'd almost certainly open fire on any humans they weren't expecting. The Arbiter hadn't exactly broadcast a plea to treat all human tourists as welcome guests, saying Helios didn't even seem to have a public network. So, how they circulated information these days was anyone's guess. For all Mal knew, most hingeheads would still see humans as the vanguard of invasion. Come to that, whoever was inside the keep would probably see things that way too. Okay, do it, Mal said. Buckets on. Get ready to drop. Devereaux banked the ship in. I haven't actually done this before, but I'm told it's the most fun you can have without getting arrested. Mal scanned the nose cam view. The hinge heads were still facing the keep. Cart was coming up to the rear and flank unseen, dropping to 70 meters. What do you mean? Like this? Surprise! The deflective camo warning light went off. 20 hinge heads looked up at once, and Devereaux hit the chin gun, and Mal's view of the ground was lost in cannon flashes, flying debris, and smoke. 1 second, the elites had been scratching their backsides and waiting for the hinge head Christmas. And the next day, the sky was full of angry dropship. Devereaux kept up the fire while she dropped low enough for Mal and Vaz and Naomi to jump out the side hatch and run for the keep. Mal found himself up to his ankles in churned mud now. A couple of plasma bolts shot past him, too wide to worry about. We're in position, Dev, Vaz said. You can pull back now. Cart rose to a hover above the keep and broke up like a mirage into a shimmering patch of nothing. Now they had to check that they had the right keep. Mal wasn't counting on any gratitude from inside whatsoever. Here's the fun bit, he said. No door to knock on, BB. Can you do some shouting? He edged around the side of the building, asked them if they got Phyllis in there, very loudly. I can pick off the elite staff, Devereaux said over the radio. I don't think I actually killed any, but I can remedy that. Bloody diplomacy. Mal could imagine the grief he'd get if he ended up killing a bunch of Arbiter's allies, and if they'd been in the wrong keep anyway. Wait for me to call for support. I'd hate to get a stiff memo from Sink Fleet. He reached behind him and tapped Naomi's arm. Window slap on cam on that. See what we've got inside. Naomi shot off, drawing a hail of plasma that didn't seem to slow her down. A few moments later, an icon activated in Mal's HUD, and he was looking at a color-enhanced view of half of the moving shapes, some big, some small, hinge heads after hinge heads. Kids, too. He'd never really thought of them as having families. When he refocused, Naomi was squatting next to him again. That was quick, he said. The adults all had plasma pistols, and a couple had storm rifles, too. Well, I'd say that the girls, 10 maybe, 6 kids, he listened. The cam also picked up sound waves flexing the window pane from inside. Got that, BB? They're very quiet. Vaz checked the feed, too. Can't see Phillips. What about the kids? They're armed, Naomi said. Legitimate targets. What else did Mal expect her to say? She'd been handed a weapon and trained to kill at 6 years old. She didn't have that taboo ingrained in her. Who'd like to be my mouthpiece, BB asked. Your turn, Mal. Shall I do the talking? Or just render you incomprehensible? Just translate it. This was the weird bit. Mal wasn't sure what his brain could handle, saying one thing and hearing another. Ah, well, he gave it to the best shot. The UNSC forces we've come for, Professor Phillips. Have you got him now, in there? No. He couldn't do it. He struggled to find the next word. BB, kill the external audio. It's confusing me. Of course it is. Try again. Ladies, we've come for Phillips. Have you got him? That was better, as far as Mal was concerned. He was outside the door yelling in English to the elites. He was shouting in fluent Singhili. We have, a female voice shouted back. We're handing him over to the holy monks, and the monks are going to hand him to us. So let's have ourselves some time. Get away from the door or we'll open fire. We just drove off the Arbiter's allies, the ones attacking you, remember? They're still out there, and so are you. There was a line of small arrow-slit windows in the upper floors above them. Plasma fire spat out of one of them, frying the ground a little away from him. Whoever was firing couldn't lower the angle far enough because Mal was too close to the wall. Bring him out, Mal yelled. Don't make us come in. Fool! Would you like to meet a Spartan? A demon? Naomi moved around to the doorway and gave him a thumbs up. She was gagging for a fight. Vaz edged over the other side of the door, ready to storm it. We have children here, you bluff. Bring Phillips out, and we can all go home. Naomi stood up slowly and pressed against the barricaded door with one hand flat on it as if she was testing it. Her other hand gripped the pistol. Mal wasn't going to lecture her on the rules of engagement. She nodded. Ready when you are, Staff. Last chance, Mal called. We don't want to hurt anybody. He didn't have to raise his voice, but it always psyched him up. This wasn't how it was supposed to be done. You hit a building hard and without warning. Shot anything that didn't obey the warnings to get down and stay down when you bust into the rooms. And then you grab the hostage and get out. But this couldn't happen now. There was no element of surprise. And there were kids involved. It shouldn't have mattered. But Mal had to think of the consequences if he killed any. Just walking into a bloody temple and sent Hingeheads rushing to fight the Arbiter. Mal, don't crash in here. Please. That was Phillips, all right. Mal now couldn't tell if he was speaking Singhili or not. Phillips, are you okay? I'm fine. We're coming in. No, don't nobody shoot. Do you hear? Just don't. None of you. It's not your call, mate. Mal nodded back to Naomi. You're coming out one way or the other. Stand back from the door. No, hold your fire, all of you. Phillips was still talking. You too, Alar. Everybody else relax. Everybody calm down. Naomi drew back her arm and simply punched her fist into the barricade like a power hammer. Mal jumped up behind her, almost crashing into Vaz as the Spartan drove a huge hole in the wood and metal and sent the debris clattering into the hall. Mal braced for a blinding hail of plasma pistol fire, but the first thing he saw wasn't the Hingeheads, but Phillips, standing in front of them, with a plasma pistol raised, two-handed right in the crossfire zone, and everyone froze. Don't you bloody dare, Mal said. I'm stopping them from shooting you. Great, thanks. Now get out of the way. The elites had formed a barrier in front of their kids, with one big female slightly in front of her pistol aimed squarely at Mal. He looked at her face for a moment and saw small, angry animal eyes and flaring nostrils. They must have thought Phillips was worth all of this. if he wasn't all that was stopping them. Naomi didn't seem to give a damn and held her pistol out toward the elites as she stalked along the line. Some of them stared at her as if they didn't believe humans came in that size or shape. Ladies, we've got a warship right overhead, Mal said. If we wanted to kill you, we could have reduced you to a heap of rubble from a safe distance. Now we're taking our man and going, okay? They're under attack, Phillips said. You see what's outside? Vaz jerked his head towards the door. That's not our problem. You ready, Dev? Standing by. We can't abandon them, Phillips said. Mal was running out of patience, and any second a hinge-head kid could start firing on one of them, or the jumpier females. The jumpier females. And then it would be a bloodbath. We can, Prof, and they're big enough to take care of themselves. Move. This was a tricky moment. They'd have to turn around. Naomi started backing out. They were seconds away from getting out of this shithole. Mal grabbed Phillips and pulled him towards the door, keeping an eye on the big female in front. They were picking their way over the debris from the barricade when two voices filled Mal's helmet. Devereaux and BB's. Enemy vessels approaching. Abort that, Mal. Take cover. Two enemy vessels approaching. We've got Telcam's team and some other joker. Mal stuck his head out of the door just as a volley of bolts skimmed past. Shit. Why isn't anything simple these days? Everybody down. Phillips dropped prone, as if he'd been shot, or been shown how to do it. He aimed at the door. Told you so, he said. The other keep wants their land and buildings. It's nothing to do with the war. Mal stopped short of the smacking him around the head. It was a big technicality. Wars were always great excuses to settle all kinds of personal score. Will you tell that to the plasma round that cooks your friggin' head? He signaled to Vaz and Naomi. The hinge heads were already in position at the windows. You've got to work out which side you're on, Phillips, and here's a clue. It's ours. 228 pages we're in. We got a new segment to start on. We went a little long today. 18 minutes long. Mostly because I wanted to get to a great place to stop. Thank you so much for spending time and listening to me today. And welcome all of you. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to leave this play for a minute while I switch gears. And we're going to get ready to play some Halo. And we'll talk about the book a little bit when I come back. And I'll have a brand new cup of coffee and something to snack on because I'm feeling a little hungry. Make sure you get yourself a snack too. And again, thank you for spending the time with us today. It's a big deal. We appreciate you. You guys make this place awesome. And it helps power me in ways that I cannot explain. So, man, thanks. Let's see. Let me look through the chat and see what we're missing so far today. I hate how I'm able to see Mike Stern. Oh, okay, I already read that. Hello there, Copenhagen. A baby boy, that's an amazing thing. Don't forget, book day. See you in a couple hours. Thanks, Kevin. Yay, hydrating. Yep, of course I do drink the coffee to make sure that my my everything is, hydrated and my voice is golden and well. 2 hours and 20 minutes into the awesome. We're gonna pipe over here in a moment and get into the Discord and talk to everyone. And like I said, it's good stuff. We got it's a good day. And there was something else. I've got a message in the Spartan space waiting for me. It is a boy. We found out today. Man, that is so cool. Halo Collector's waiting for us. And the game is fired up. Thank you so much to Ambient Wonders again today for being our biggest soundtrack. Holy cow. Oof. Oofta. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab that coffee. You guys sit tight, and we're gonna continue the awesome here in just a minute. Thank you for being awesome with us again. You guys are the best. One second. Oh, legs! I have legs. I have legs. My legs hurt. To talk about. Oh, I spilled coffee on my hand? That's bullshit. Hi guys, I'm back. Just a moment. Headset. Headset is what I need now. Put this chips down. Grabbed a handful of chips. Don't forget your snack. Yes, I did grab a snack. I brought... Thank you for reminding me, Kat. I don't need that anymore. We are charged up. Into the... Hey, Kevin. Got to take a shower today, he says. As if you don't take showers any of the other days? Question? How goes it, Kevin? How are you today? And a Jimmy already? Can I not hear you? Why can I not hear you guys? I see you talking. Hold on. Oh, I hear you now.
It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
It is a good day. How are you this fine day?
Just Andy.
Yeah. And Jimmy? How are you, Jimmy?
I am fantastic, John. Thank you for reading to me.
Oh, you're welcome. We read a long time today. We read like the...
Hello.
Oh, hi! We read like the full 2 hours. Your blood sugar gets low sometimes and you get frustrated if you try to play Halo when it's low. Yeah? Wow. I believe that you actually do know that because you watch me enough. It's probably a very intuitive observation. I boned you guys. I have to run to the house and get one more thing. I forgot to change my watch before the awesome, so you won't get the heart rate monitor unless I go get it. Which I will do here in a moment. But I did get my coffee cup, the Book Daddy coffee cup. I also remembered as I came back in from coffee this morning that I screwed you guys. I didn't change my outfit. Normally I change my hat and my jacket for reading. And I totally fucked that off and forgot about it today. So sorry about that, guys.
I'm leaving. I'm tuning you off. You forgot.
Oh my god, Kevin, of course. How are you doing, Kevin? You said your morning was just okay. You feeling all right today?
Sure, it's May Day. It's the official day to protest and do everything else.
Oh, well, I have, I mean, wow, I went and got a Starbucks coffee this morning. I did no protesting at all. I'm gonna protest the sun a little with the 2 parasols I put up in my garden, because I planted my garden yesterday, mostly. And, then we're gonna protest the Banished by killing them on the ring here in a minute, I guess. So I guess that tracks. Again, I want to say congratulations to Copenhagen finding out that they're gonna have a baby boy. That's awesome. That's awesome. Did you enjoy the, did you enjoy the book today, Jimmy?
I did. It was very exciting for Phyllis to shoot his first plasma pistol.
Oh, for Phyllis? Yeah, right?
Oh, I could relate to parts of that book. First time firing a weapon, you're like, "Whoo, this is fun." Maybe not under the door is dead. That was mint.
You killed the door. I'm like a saying Healy would say that, really? Okay. You know, still funny.
Here's my thing.
Uh-huh.
In the books, even on the TV series, they're like, ooh, plasma pistol, and they pull it out and shoot it, and it does massive damage. It's like, oh my god, this is so awesome. But it is like, other than charging it up and doing the knock down the shields, is the absolute most crappy weapon in Halo. And yet, all those other sources are like, oh my god, look what this thing does.
The door appears to be sufficiently dead now. Okay. Yeah, I mean...
Plus, they were wooden doors. Like, you'd think the first round of hot plasma would make a wooden door like nothing. Right?
It would obliterate it. Back in the TV show, when one shot was obliterating boulders and not charged. One shot.
Science fiction, man. What do you do?
They were hitting people and they were just popping like zits.
You should write a book, Kevin. Put that line in there. Popping like zits.
In any case,
it was a cool part of the show.
This is the snack that I'm currently eating. Little Teddy Grahams. Woo!
Man, I loved it when the kids that were doping up on the drugs were getting shot down. That was hilarious.
Maybe that's a giraffe. Yeah, I thought it was immediately when Quan Ha got one of her friends got vaporized in the show in the first episode. I was like, oh, this is going to be a great show. Then it was definitely one of the shows of all time after that.
And then the rest of the show happened.
That's what I'm saying. It was definitely one of the shows of all time.
Spent 6 episodes of VFX budgets on that one kid getting popped.
They're like, guys, we got to make sure that everybody loves this show from the first episode. Wart, popping people like zits, and then all downhill from there.
To say it was the same episode, like just a few minutes later, the guy on the back of the Jeep or the truck was trying to mow down elites with a Gatling gun, and we're doing nothing. And then, like 30 seconds later, Master Chief is picking it up, and he's just cutting through them with the same exact machine gun.
Well, no, it's not the same because he made it better when he picked it up.
Oh, yeah, obviously the suit automatically uses nanites to enhance the firepower of the Gatling gun that was truck mounted.
That's it. That's right. He, you see, the rest of the world was playing on Legendary, and Master Chief's character plays on Easy mode. They really wanted Pablo Schreiber to look heroic, so they made it as easy as possible.
That's about the same time they snuck in those modern day
I wish that I
trucks in there.
Right, I wish that I was a video. I know that, right? Like, my Bronco looks newer than the shit they had on Madrigal, let's be honest. I was gonna say, wouldn't it be hilarious if we could go in and edit the video, and then anytime it, like, cuts to Pablo's face, we can just Photoshop my face in there eating the invisible food.
I'm sure you could get an AI to do that frame by frame for you.
It'd be so hilarious.
Deepfake John's head on all the body shots. I mean, there's enough of them where he takes his helmet off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't need to see John's master cheeks.
Master cheeks.
Oh my god. I'd have to take a whole body shot to replace myself in that scene. Nobody would want to see that but my wife. Maybe a couple of girls that I dated in high school that still wish. But, you know.
Like a Jiro Hane from behind. Just furry as hell.
Fuzz butt. His carpeted legs and fuzzy bottom. Bare back but hairy shoulders. That'd be fucking terrible, wouldn't it?
Looking like Jumanji. Sorry, you're eating. My bad.
No, it's good. I only have 2 of these animal crackers left, and then we'll be able to commence the murdering. You getting in here with us today, Krampus, or are you, just chatting?
Puppy. Puppy next to me. He's about to get wet today. He's going to learn how to get out of the pool.
You're going to commit your dog to the green water?
Yeah.
All right.
He's got to learn because we don't want to. We let him in and out. They have a little doggy door, and right now we've got to keep our eyes on him at all times because we don't want him falling in and not knowing how to not get out.
Hmm. I probably traumatized people. Yeah, that's true. If they saw my butt. Well, that's not true. Everybody who has seen my butt has been pretty happy about it. So, I'm not saying a lot of people have seen it, but I was in the Navy and a lot of people did see it.
Is that what they do in the Navy?
Well, I mean, just to get into the Navy, a doctor has to stare at your butthole. Like, seriously, that actually happens. Like, that's not a joke. Like,
Right
you
after
gotta
you walk
walk
like a duck.
like a duck, and then a doctor
Yeah.
stares at your asshole. It 100% happens. Like, an old
All in the
ass
same room.
man, too. He's like, well, you know, they're checking you for flat foot or some other shit. They're like, walk from that corner to this corner like a duck, and then stand up and grab your ankles. What? Yeah, you do it. You just surprisingly enough, you just listen to what you're told, and that's how you get in the Navy, I guess. I'm waiting for the chat to explode about this because I know the chat's got something to say.
Can confirm that is exactly how that happens.
He's right. Like,
Some crusty old, we call them the meat gazer. Some crusty old meat gazer just stands there and stares at your nuts while you waddle across the room.
the meat gazer. Yeah, that's not wrong. Well, I mean, the meat gazer is the position that you achieve when you're in charge of Operation Golden Flow at the command.
Them too, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys think that, like, the first time I ever went to a urinalysis outside of the military, I literally asked the doctor if they were going to watch me pee in the cup. And they were like, what? And I'm like, you going to come and watch? And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, how do you know I don't have, like, apple juice in my pocket and some water that I'm not going to pour in here and confuse you with? And he was like, are you an idiot? And I'm like, I was in the Navy. And he goes, no, you can pee in that by yourself, man. I don't need to watch. And I was like, all right. It's just like that.
Yep.
Yeah, you never know. Like, people don't understand the shit that you go through in the military, like, every day. That people are like, that's just ridiculous that somebody would watch you pee in a cup. No, it's not. Every 30 days it happens. It's always a different person. Sometimes it's a chick.
They've never taken a drug test before?
Oh, it's because of the drug test. So they make you go into the stall and somebody stands there next to you or the urinal and then you have to pee in the cup. The thing is, so many people try to trick the system by like having an apple juice or a hose down their pants and everything else. So they make you fully drop trow so they can see it leave the tip physically. And because so many people have developed different ways to cheat the urinalysis test.
That's why I'm saying, have they never taken a drug test?
Right?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. In the military, they watch you. They administer and watch you do it. And
So there's a lot of drug test places.
oh yeah, no, in the civilian sector, every drug test I've taken has been private. Like, you just take it. I'm running to get my watch. Give me one. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll hear you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all the drug tests I've ever taken for employment, they just put you in a different bathroom and you pee in the cup and then you slide the cup through a little like bank slot style thing in the wall and then it goes back to the lab and then you wash your hands and then you leave. There's nobody in the room with you physically watching you take the test. Are you saying you have had civilian drug tests where they were like watching you pee?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Some of the drug tests, they make sure you're not cheating.
Alright, I got my heart rate monitor on. It should be active now any minute here, and it'll pop up, and you guys will be like, oh my god, he's working so hard.
Just like that.
What I would say is that those drug tests, Kevin, the honest to God truth about them, for me, is that they... Hold on, I'm trying to find the... That's the wrong one. Trying to find the... no, that's the wrong... Whoops! Jar... Sounds... Oh, there it is. Refresh. Bam! Close. Come on. Waiting for this to refresh. Be right back, maybe. There it is. It's working now. Here we go. Halo scene. We're ready. Yay! We're ready. Sorry it took so long. Yeah, no. Even in
20 left.
oh wow, day flies when you're having fun. Even what I was saying, Kevin, was all of the analyses that I have been forced to take. Yeah, in the military, 100%, somebody peeps you while you do it. In civilian world, even the FAA, they're like, the doctor's like, I don't need to see that shit. Just go in there and take it, and then put the little bottle in this container, and somebody will come and get it. It's crazy, the amount that they don't trust you in the military. But then again, it's also crazy the amount of dudes that I know in the 4 years of the military, in the 5 years of the military that I was active. Like, I probably know 15 people that popped on a drug test and got kicked out of the Navy because of it.
Will they kick you out for popping positive?
It depends on what you popped for.
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All our dudes just got put on extra duty, so like the next 30 days when everybody else gets released at the end of formation at like 5:30, your ass stays on for another 2.5 hours and they work you like a dog.
I mean, for doing
Make you
what?
do like extra PT. They'll make you clean the barracks, mop the floors, wash the commander's car. You go on a ruck march with a 20-pound pack for the next hour and a half, and then back to the barrack. They just physically beat the desire to do drugs out of you. That's their whole plan.
Oh no, we were flyers. So if you did some
and they
stupid
doctor
shit,
pay.
if you did some stupid shit and you're a flyer, you're gone. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Military equipment is expensive.
But dude, I remember we had this one kid in our command who like went out on the town and was like hitting up all the clubs and dating all the girls, and he was like, yeah, I'm a pilot. I fly, F-18 Hornets, this is the hangar. Anyway, one of those girls showed up at the base and was looking for him, and that was a pretty hilarious call, because he gave him the squadron that we were in. He gave her the squadron that we were in, and he told her that we flew F-18s and we were a P3 squadron. So that much to my surprise, when that call came in, we were all standing around listening and giggling hilariously. The skipper was not too happy. Oh yeah, it was great. It was great. He got extra duty because he was just stupid. But if you're on drugs, you gone.
That's swap.
There's a Santa already? It's not even July yet.
Bro just never takes it off.
What are we playing?
Hot swap.
3 tower.
There should be one less at the tower, but unfortunately I died.
3 here on me on tower, low.
Coming to you at tower.
I am dead.
Okay, I don't understand how that guy killed me with the needles when I loaded him full of needles and he didn't.
Bottom tower.
2 bottom tower, Roger. I'm at catwalk.
1 left side up to your... Nope, he's behind you. Get him, Santa. Santa died in our original spawn.
I missed a jump and killed myself. That was tasty.
Prepare to drop.
Look at everyone who showed up to watch us at the end of the day. 1 here. Oh fuck, he just went. 2 here. When you make your new boots, can you make a guide for that? Yeah, I'm gonna make them the same as I make them now, but that shouldn't be hard. Or do you mean when I do my Mark 7 boots?
Oh, I was trying to switch guns at the same time the swap happened, so it flipped to the new guns and then flipped to the second gun, which has to reload. So I'm just standing there like a potato, getting shot in the head.
That's what I hate. Or using a device in the middle, and it just drops out on you.
Yeah, I feel like they should do it more like they do with the other modes, where you do more like you do with the other modes, where you have a choice to switch, or you can hold it for an additional amount of seconds.
Two back here.
One here, me. Two here. And two here in this corner, radiation corner. No, these Mark 6 cheap. Oh, the Mark 6 cheap boots. Yeah, I'll show you when I do it. That's easy enough, Krampus. I hosed my... So I shot the one that killed me, so I don't get that either. Oh, wow, I'm dead. Because I have no clue how to make mine. That's easy. You need to figure out... First, you need to figure out what boots you're gonna wear. It's very important. You dumb motherfucker!
I don't swing that way, so no.
What's up, Caboose?
Not much. Just
I don't
hanging out
know-
with you.
I don't understand how that guy didn't die right there. We both shot at the ground at the same time, and I exploded, and he lived. I really wish that they would make it consistent with the rockets. Like, who gets to live, who gets to not live.
One of my ex catwalk.
That
Catwalk
would be
runner.
awesome.
Two on me. Thanks, buddy.
Prepare to drop.
We're down a bit.
Weapon drop.
Someone.
Is it me? Is it me, Kevin? Is that what you're saying? Is it I? Hold! Oh, I can't believe I lived right there. That was amazingly accidental. Oh, there's two at catwalk. I'm probably going to be wearing my sneakers. Okay, well, you need to figure out what you're wearing first, and then from there, we will, I will show you what you need to do. One at catwalk.
Okay, I don't understand. You swing a hammer into the air. There is nothing for you to collide with. How do you kill me while I'm airborne?
Ooh, one on me. Great shot, dude. Great job.
Got him. Where are you, you Scooby-Doo looking mother...
Huh! Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Whoa, Raggy.
Where are you?
Raggy.
Get noob comboed.
Kill tissue.
Ah, one of my X in the mid at pit. At pit, in. 3 down. Down 3. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? One here.
Prepare to drop. I'm not gonna remember last Tuesday, am I? Weapon drop.
Oh, we're oddballing. I got one here.
Never had the moves.
Okay.
Oh, one on me. I don't know. I hit that guy in the back, right? Yeah.
Bullshit.
5 down. 11 to lose. No eyes. Oh, here. Traded in the back corner by tower.
Weapon drop.
Scooby Dooby Doo. Oh, piece of
Chew,
candy.
look out, headed towards tower.
Look out at tower, Roger.
Roger, Roger.
Roger, Roger.
Wall, back wall.
No way.
Weapon drop.
What the fuck? No way. I got sniped.
I
They're
watched
all
you
on me.
backsmack that guy twice. Didn't
Right?
Shit.
Are you kidding? Yeah, you saw that too? I
Yeah.
love how confused you were in the DMs today. Oh, that's fair.
Prepare to drop.
I'm 11 and 16. I'm not the trash bag right now, by the way. I am negative, but I'm not the trash bag. We are 2 to lose.
You're the trash bag.
But he's our trash bag. And that's why we love him.
Oh, those guys were confused because they lost me. So I was down here on this platform. Yeah, can somebody tell me, the, I've been wished Happy May Day by several people. Can somebody tell me what is, am I missing something here? Is there something special about May 1st that I am, I don't know?
Are you saying? Is that?
What's up, Kevin?
No, what May Day is.
Oh, Krampus says it's to celebrate workers around the world. All right.
International Law Day.
International Law Day? No idea. Do I know what Labor Day is? Yeah. I also know that we have a holiday because of it. We also, let's see, Labor Day. Is the first Monday of September to honor and recognize the American labor movement.
Fiesta.
And the works and contributions of laborers and development achievements in the United States. Oh, it's that just for you guys in May. Okay. Well, that's cool.
You're cool.
But for the rest of the world, it's the 1st of May. Why don't we do it on the same day, I wonder?
Because they're too busy working.
Because we're busy being special. Needs.
That's interesting to me that we don't do it on the same day.
What are we playing?
Same thing with Mother's Day, though.
Cafe Doorway 2.
It's either Hot Swap or... It's gotta be
Just
hot.
got
It could
regular-
just be
it's Hot
Slayer.
Swap. No, it's Hot Swap. For sure.
Drop.
2 down to the market.
I'm playing dick around. I got hammered.
I don't understand. The same distance, our hammers collapse at the same time. You don't die, but I do, and I'm staring right at you. I'm in the air flying. How do you hit me?
You guys heard it here first.
Weapon drop.
Jimmy's a flying dildo.
Premium grade flying dildo, sir.
With a suction cup.
Flare base.
The best.
That's what
Important.
premium grade means, suction cup.
For the term flared base. To my ex, these guys are just clustering together. They're nut to butt on each other, so you're never gonna get a 1v1. 2 down in market left side right now.
No scope.
No eyes.
Someone
Saved
just tried
ya.
to fucking skewer me from the cafe. Oh, never mind, it was from the clock tower. Their clock tower.
Clock tower, Roger.
Weapon drop.
2. 1
Two
my
clock
ex,
tower, Roger.
going through library. Down in market now.
2 here. 2.
Hey.
I got 2 crashing in here.
Pushing you.
Yeah, they're in the alley over here.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
I got you, Papa. You just keep eating your animal crackers.
That was a handful of Cheez-Its.
Prepare to drop.
1 my ex on the mid. 2 down in the market.
2 back corner on my X. 1 going up to clock tower, 1 going around the back.
Again, I run into 2 of them. Always 2 of them.
One there.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
2. 1 at clock tower, 1 in plaza. 2 at plaza now. I'm backing out. 2 pushing me. Down 22 even.
Center.
Center, Roger. Your fans should be coming tomorrow. Very excited about it. So am I.
Prepare to drop.
You fucking beam out.
Weapon drop.
1 at your feet. 1 at your feet.
No eyes. Fuck you. Two on me, backing out.
1 here. 1 here.
1 out in the middle. Just walk
Got him.
right across the fucking middle of the map.
I'm at clock
Double.
tower.
Prepare to drop. Sweet boom tubes of Jericho. Weapon drop.
Sorry I didn't sleep well, so I'm just rolling out of bed. Wow. Well, welcome to the awesome rolling out of bed. I'm Spartan John.
Prepare to drop.
Prepare to drop.
Weapon drop.
Speaking of dad jokes, I told my son a joke last night. We were driving around in the car. Go ahead, Caboose.
Was it a good premium? Was it a good premium dad joke?
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna tell you it right now.
Taking cover. Never had the moves. Double kill. Prepare to drop.
That guy jumped in the wrong hole.
Yeah, he did.
Let's get 4 in the morning.
Well, thanks. So I finished the joke, please. Okay, fine, Maddie. Hi, how are you this morning?
Prepare to drop.
So, I told my son, I said, hey, son, I don't know if, I said, hey, son, I don't always fart in a Burger King, but when I do, it's a Whopper.
Wow.
That's what I told him. Yep, you're welcome. You're welcome, Caboose. Then I made up my own version. I said, I don't always fart in a Denny's, but when I do, it's a Grand Slam. Thought that one was pretty good, too. We tried to think of, like, what it would be if you were, like, at an IHOP, but we couldn't... I didn't think all-American breakfast was very fitting. Well, that was as far as we got. You know, best dad jokes on the planet, just telling you. I hope you're disappointed in yourself for asking, and I hope you giggled.
I'm equally happy yet disappointed.
You're gonna tell that to your friends, aren't you, Caboose?
Most likely.
I thought they were called Hush Puppies for IHOP. No, Hush Puppies is Sonic or Long John Silver, maybe. Oh God, I would say that I don't always fart in a Long John Silver, but I'm gonna tell you that I never fart in a Long John Silver because I don't even eat at that place. So.
Because you're not long enough.
No, that's not why. Oh, it's because it's bad food. Only ever had bad experiences there. When I fart in a Taco Bell, it burns.
That's honestly expected from Taco Bell.
I used to love the grilled stuffed burrito at Taco Bell. That's my favorite
Hey, Wolf.
burrito. I took it off the damn menu. Hey, Woofy.
Fiesta.
Johnny Rockets, holy shit, yeah. Or Pick Quick down in Fife makes really good burgers to order. There's a better one in Auburn.
Old school simplicity. More kills, more death.
One going right. No eyes. Oh, fuck, I died. You won't.
Prepare to drop. Weapon drop.
I wouldn't worry about that. From everybody I've heard, that everybody I've talked to about traveling internationally with within the or to the United States,
The laser on the skin.
I think the one thing that most people have said when they've come or gone is that
Down below us.
Ooh, Ghostbustered that guy. And that guy too. Got the
Double. Feels bad.
Yeah, as long as your paperwork's in order. Everybody seemingly has just said that they're asking more questions about what you're doing, how long you're planning on staying, and they're making statements like don't stay beyond the time that you said you were going to be here.
Okay, you climbed up the ledge the rocket was impacting. How did you not die? Two out in the middle, just staying in there. Yippee-ki-yay!
Mother trucker, I'm dead. I got up behind a guy and a guy got behind me. It was like
Sounds familiar.
it's like the human centipede of death. There was no food. It was just death. I'll take the tasty double. I deserve it. Mambo number 5. Oh, I'm dead.
See, I don't get this. Same range I just hit him from. He swung back at me.
They sound like threats.
I do not understand the hammer. I just don't.
Well, and remember, there's 3 different hammers in the game. Soon to be a 4th, because you're gonna get the baby hammer. It's like the pinky hammer.
Yeah, the shotgun of dumb.
Yeah, the one that's attached to the shotgun, the pinky hammer. I think it's really interesting that they're going to allow that to have, like, none of the other weapons, except for I feel like the Mangler, gets a competitive advantage to having a blade on it. And now you're gonna give a gravity hammer to a double barrel shotgun. That sounds balanced. I'm dead. One of my ex. It doesn't sound very balanced if I'm honest, but you know. Don't forget to turn in your paperwork.
My dad's game.
Yeah, I don't think it's a threat, Krampus. One of the things that they're saying is that is for you, for your safety as well. You know, we're going through a lot of growth here. There's a lot of, you know, I don't want to say it's dangerous, but there's protests and things that are existing. Thank you for the help with that guy, because I was pinned. He's right. There's 2 here. Motherfucker, no way. Back here at red, back here at red. Bye, bitches. Bye. One on me, one on me. I'm dead. One on me. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead.
Buzzball.
Buzzball. Buzzball. Coming to you, Jimmy.
There's a guy down below here. He's coming up. He may have just fallen off the map. Nope, you walked right past him.
Wow, that guy got punched in the back of his brain piece.
I watched you walk right past him, and I'm like, what are you doing? Guy above me?
I'm dead. Oh, Dad. What am I doing? I'm winning, Jimmy. That's what happened. I almost gave you that kill. He didn't even see me. You could have just hosed him, but, you know, I had to come back and punch him in the face.
I'll take that one instead.
Probably should have thought about that one, Big Peggy-O. Is
Put that down.
Is that real? Are you up there? Did you fucking... Oh, no, can't. Okay. Well, at least you can.
Oh. Coming to you, Johnny.
The pink mist will always find its mark.
Coming to me.
I just fell off the map.
Prepare to drop.
Of course you did.
Down in the creek.
They're coming to America.
Weapon drop.
I got
Get him,
a
John. Get
present
him.
for you.
One chasing you. Two chasing you.
Oh, he still got me. I was playing fuck around and recharge until he still hit me.
Skippity-doo-dah.
Prepare to drop.
Oh.
Did you say...
Weapon drop.
Two on me, three... They're all in the middle. They're all in the middle killing me. I've now become the largest death. The largest dead. I have the most deads.
Prepare to drop.
No fucking... No way! Oh, I suck so bad today. Oh, I know why. I know why. I just figured it out. I got my hockey sticks on. I need my Halo sticks. It's gonna get better now. It's gonna get better.
Oh, he's bringing out the sticks.
Now, it's a big deal. I play Halo with these tall-ass sticks. And they're so much more, like, finite. Like, I can't explain it, but it, like, you know... It's definitely different.
Weapon drop.
Moose beat me 3 times, or 2 out of 3 times last night, Jimmy.
I heard.
It was again.
So what?
It's 4-2, I think, if that, because he beat me 2, and then he beat me 2, so yeah, 4-2. Yeah, it's crazy because the first 2 matches,
All 3 are on Wolfie
here.
right now.
Yeah, I'm on the way to help him.
Weapon
Hello,
drop.
friend.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up? Anyway, what I was saying was that, I beat him the first, or he beat me the first match, and then, I beat him pretty handily the second match. Like, I told him I felt bad because, there was a fair amount of, like, bullshittery with the second win, with my win. I was like, I feel bad about this, because, like, the game kind of, I felt like, screwed him some. And then the game, like, was like, I'm really sorry that you had it so dirty the last match. Here's a, like, 7 goal, like, it was good until, like, the third period. He was up 2 scores, and then it just was like, have a penalty, have 5 points. And I was like,
Oh,
well,
my back.
we know where this
your
is
back.
going. Yeah, your back's hurting? Nice.
3rd round in a
You
row,
should
I'm
get
at the
some
top of the
handles
board.
on these guys. Make them easier to carry.
Mm.
Yeah. I thought you meant put handles on me, so it's easier to climb on.
I mean, we could do that too, but
Different direction. Never mind.
So yeah, hi.
hello.
What am I doing now? Squad. It's squad battle now. Actually, I want to check something. I want to play something stupid with all of you. Yes.
Oh,
I can-
goodness.
Oh, I can't. You can't queue it with this many. No. All right, fine.
I can leave.
No. I can't queue it with. We're fine. I was thinking about. I think that the Action Sack needs to expand to 8-player squads.
They won't let you go into Action Sack with more than 4 people?
Nope. Mm-mm.
It's crazy, because, like, Duck Hunt and all those, it's like, what, 16?
Yeah, exactly. But it won't let you go in with more than 4.
That's weak noise.
Yeah, it's dumb. Okay, so you get Squad King of the Hill, you get Squad Slayer, or you get Castle Wars. No, I'm taking Castle Wars out of it. Nope. Watching via the YouTube. Nice. It makes me the big happy. Nah, Krampus, as long as you're in good standing, you haven't committed any war crimes or You don't have any like felonies. I think you know, getting in and out of the country for you will be just fine. You'll be able to travel here and do everything you want to do, and you'll be okay. And Seattle is not a violent city.
I know, I have been there once.
Yeah, I think at worst it's just going to be more annoying than usual.
But I hope you understand where me and Ben at least are coming from. Because the media we keep getting from the Americas is worrying.
Worrying about what?
For example, people being deported to El Salvador.
What, the criminals?
Well,
Not just the criminals.
No, they're all criminals.
well, I would be happy to broach that, not on the awesome, just because it's very polarizing and very people can get upset, and that's not what we want to do here. But if you want to talk about it sometime, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
Having an open-minded conversation to make you feel better is important, or finding a place where you understand it better, and even if you choose not to come because of it, then at least you understand it better.
Yeah.
It's important.
Take the hill!
Time to be king of
Go,
the
go, go.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
You're good. Go, go, go.
I'm gonna get the Banshee if I can.
And I'm being taken out by a warthog. And two guys under the bridge.
drop all obtained.
Where are
Enemy
they?
team took the hill.
They're on the hill. All four of them. Two in a warthog, two on ground foot. One's got overshield sniper on the bridge above hill.
Hill control.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Enemy team took the hill.
Wow, that's intense.
I don't know, it looks out in the open to me.
Fuck off me, bro.
Hail Mary.
Up top, just outside the U-shaped door.
Snipers in the sniper hallway to the left of Banshee spawn.
South tower.
You're right, John.
To my right, John.
Oh,
Roger.
fuck
Love
yourself,
you.
Lily.
Love you on the catwalk.
Control. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Yep.
I love how this fucking idiot just came out of fucking nowhere.
Let's just whack 3 of them, and then I got assassinated.
I do not like
I could've
spawns.
Fucking how?
Where did it
I have
go?
full shields.
These dudes are power weapon
Oh, he's got
abusers,
a
man.
frickin-
Enemy team.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got a minigun.
Yeah,
Enemy
fuck 'em
team
up, Kevin.
scored. Hill incoming. Didact would be proud. Hill.
Because they just took the last hill. Why don't we spawn the next hill right next to where they're spawning? That makes perfect sense. Thanks, game.
I'm gonna guess that it's part of the maps.
The ghost is almost dead.
Where's the ghost?
The ghost they have on the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where is it?
Right there.
Freaking A.
About to score.
You want me? Come get me, girlfriend.
Damn.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
Wow.
All the hills are on their side of the map.
Yeah, they are.
It's an uphill freaking battle for sure.
Hill control.
Kevin, please do not stop while we are in this shit box.
Plasma grenades have ticked. Your team about to score.
Backside.
Mmm. Yeah, they were.
Your team scored. Hill incoming.
I got the hill.
Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
One inside of orange, looking over hillside.
Hill control.
They're pushing hill now.
I'm on the way. I got
Kevin,
overshield
please-
and dynamos.
Try
Enemy
that.
team took the hill.
Still one on the hill weak. He's behind the box. Never mind. He's dead.
Hill control.
They've got overshield overwatch, or they got...
Enemy team took the hill.
Oh, hammer on the hill.
Two coming down from the bridge right now. Pushing the hill.
Oh.
One with a machine gun.
Freaking, there's
Hill control. Your team about to score.
That is the third time this round I have been splattered by a teammate.
Oof. Is it the blueberry?
Your team scored. Hill
I have a banshee.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
okay.
I'm trying to deal with the banshee.
No worries.
double kill.
Oh.
Enemy
Fuck
team
you,
took the hill.
Gustavo.
Two on my X. Top of our tower.
Killed Skewer Man.
Ah, damn it.
Enemy
I killed your
team
buddy
took-
Gustav Blows, Krampus.
Defeat.
17 lives. I spawned in the same fucking tower. The hill's finally right next to the tower. It spawns me all the way back on their side. Love this game. It's my favorite.
Mm.
A lot of these maps really need to be worked on.
Yeah, that one could be better.
I think the game would be more engaging if it took into account who had the higher score of the hill. And I get that you have to balance the spawn because they took the tower, and that's why I spawned on the other side of the map. And I get that you don't want to spawn with like 3 guys standing on top of you to push your shit in, but like the hill placement when they're already up by 1 put inside their base. Where's the logic on that?
There's not any logic.
I realize it's like completely randomized preset hill locations, but I'm done whining. I'm sorry. I was winning, and then I had to play this game, and now I'm not winning, and it hurts.
Oh, buddy, cupcake.
Aw, you need a cupcake.
I need a hug, Book Daddy. Hug me.
Come to the Spartan space. I will hug you.
Gaga popo pipi shaya.
Come to HGS Worlds, Jimmy. I'll give you a hug.
Keep saying come, John.
Attend HCS Worlds, Jimmy. Attend. What were you saying, Jimmy? Jimmy! What did Jimmy say? One of us. Jimmy, HCS Worlds. One of us. One of us. Come on, Kevin. One of us. Krampus, you're there too. One of us.
One boss.
One
I'd like to,
of
but
us.
it's expensive, John.
Us. I have a
Sounds
cot.
Constipated.
I have a cot. I have a cot. I have a cot. You can stay on the cot. You can bring your wife. You guys
Martin's
can
already
stay
sleeping
on
on your cot.
Martin is not sleeping on the cot. He stays in a hotel downtown by the event. He is too posh to sleep on the cot.
Well, I mean, he is the Uwu, so...
Although occasionally Mike sleeps on the cot.
See?
Who wants to
Cuddle up
gun?
with the phone.
You could cuddle up with the forge, the foam forge.
I brought you this.
Oh, piece of candy. Okay. I will accept your Oh, here. Drive. Till I find a
Oh,
place
no,
that I
I
want to
can't.
get off.
Guy down low to the left.
Oh, two on the hill. One is cloaked.
Gonna do a little reverse drive-by here.
Oh, fuck you, Leo.
We have
I
no
rammed you.
lies.
How the fuck is you? You weren't even moving. You were backing up.
Bad data cross our path.
Sniper on the hill. Oh, I was killed by Helen Keller, guys. I don't know how I feel about that.
Your team about to score.
Fuck.
Bad crate, bad crate, bad crate.
No, Jimmy, I died.
I know, he was stationary. I don't know what you were doing.
I was shooting at him.
Hill control.
I'm on fire, so I'm ditching this thing.
Your team scored. Hill incoming.
How did that guy kill me while his warthog was flipping over? That was an amazing amount of gunning he just did right there. All of that driving around with you, shooting all them guys, I only got one kill. Can you believe that?
Enemy team took the
No.
hill.
Yeah, me neither. It's crazy town. I don't even know what happened.
On the field.
It's okay. I got us. Who wants? I got something for you to shoot, Kevin.
Shoot under the...
Oh, son of a bitch. 1 week on me.
Oh my God, that was
Yeah.
wow. We got. I don't know what that. I was gonna. That was worse than being RoboCopped.
Active camos on my axe, hiding in a corner. Yep, you got him. Nick.
Created.
Hill control.
Preferred weapon, car. Car.
They're gonna need to clean the grill. Enemy team scored.
I'm dead. I got one splatter. That's all that matters. Preferred weapon, car. Thanks for being awesome with us today. All 31 of you that are watching right now deserve a gold star. 100%.
And a hug.
Oh, and a hug. A John likes hug. John loves hugs.
Hugs are good.
There's something that I want to say, but I can't say. I'm not gonna say it. I should not say it. It's about hugs. Hugs come in all different shapes and sizes and types. Some are a lot better than other hugs.
Well, that's just true.
End of speech. The one back there?
Bruh.
No, that's bullshit. I don't even know how that guy killed me from there.
About
Bollocks.
Rockets are available.
There are
Surprise
rockets.
rockets up the butt.
The guy just destroyed my face with the rockets.
Straight up the poop chute.
What the fuck hit me?
Rockets,
Rocket.
probably. There's a sniper
No,
way out
what
there in the
rockets?
rocks. Sniper in the rocks out there?
I don't know which one of these kids has the elite or like brute chieftain helmet on.
I just got teabagged. That was tasty. Are we losing? No, we're not losing.
It's tied.
Mother.
But he's using it, thank you. Why is it I always die? And then, like, less than half a second later, somebody else kills him. It's just the timing. Timing of my life. Sniper, back in our spawn, back left corner.
Oh, I'm down.
Fuck yourself, he done.
I'm down. I'm down.
I feel like most of these people probably are down.
What are we doing tomorrow, Jimmy?
Playing hockey, man.
Are we playing hockey tomorrow?
I don't know.
I thought we were playing hockey tonight.
Celebrating Edmonton's continuation into the second round of hockey.
I hope so. Yeah, have some of that, you
Night.
dumb bitches. I just grenaded you out. Ah, we win. Yeah, right? They have to win 2
They're up
more, don't
3.
they?
No, they're up 3.
Hmm.
3-2.
Okay.
The Wild are down 2.
Okay.
They're facing every game tonight. Someone is facing elimination.
Well, I called Edmonton to win it, so I hope that Edmonton wins it. I just want Connor McJesus to get one, so then I don't have to root for him anymore. Or maybe somebody could trade for him and he can go to another team, like maybe the Kraken. Maybe. I mean, it'd also be cool if he just stayed with one team his whole life, which a lot of players don't do.
You know how expensive
Like, it almost never happens.
It is rare these days.
Tell that to the Covenant.
Oh goodness. It's on at 6 tonight.
There's no baseball tonight, so...
Wild
Damn it.
game's on at 5:30. I'll be watching that.
5:30 Pacific?
Yeah.
Oh.
7:30 Eastern.
That baseball tonight at 6.
Or is that 4:30 Pacific? No, it's 7:30 Eastern is 4:30 Pacific.
Behemoth.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Old school simplicity. More kills, more.
More better.
Slay your enemies.
Mm-hmm. Just cover me for a second.
Yeah, I got you covered. It's the least I could do since I'm the, reason you're a little late.
I got the skewer from that tower.
Don't shoot me, you dirty rat fuckers. There you go. Ah.
Alright.
3 on my axe. Right side platform.
3 on his ex. It's always his ex.
Go fuck yourself, Leo. You piece of shit.
2 there, still weak? Oh, they're good.
Fucking ghost in our spawn. Cute.
I'm dead. 2 in the base, 2 in the base. 1 dead.
Oh, bullshit.
One of our teammates is over here dry humping a
Hey,
mongoose.
hey, fucking idiot! I got you, ass.
Oh, I forgot how much I don't like driving in Halo. Why did I grab this mongoose?
Because you love
Perhaps
driving
someone's
in
driving me
Halo.
No, I didn't drive you over. I jumped over you. There's a difference.
I turned.
Get 3 coming your
Oh,
way.
I'm
dude.
out. 2 on my X. 2 on my X at bridge. Basement bridge. By whatever that is. Overshield,
Yep.
I think.
I'm always getting triple teamed, never in the way I want.
Hmm.
And did
Costs
1
too
trade.
much.
I'm dead.
1 week on my X.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Gain the lead.
Fool tried to ninja me.
Gain the lead.
Oh, fuck. Somebody get the skewer. Get the skewer.
They have a warthog on the other side of the map from you.
Yeah. Somebody take it out. Shoot it with a skewer. It's gonna be coming from there. Incoming.
Big guns and lots of funds are a-coming. Lost the lead.
2, 1.
Gain the lead.
Nice.
Correct.
You could say that their
Ooh,
course
kebab.
in life was set askew.
Ha 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 ha.
You're welcome.
Ooh, kebabbed. Barista.
The dildo of death spears people, some harder than others. 17 overshield.
Oh, I missed the last one. He's still over there.
Oh, son of a bee. There's 2 more coming around that corner.
Shield inbound.
Make that one. Still one over there. I am.
What the no, there's 2 down there.
Oh no.
I need a gun.
I need
need
a
a weapon.
weapon.
Still 2 down there.
I picked one up that had
Jump
1
behind you,
round
Kevin.
left in it.
I am a weapon.
Way to victory.
Nicely done.
I got a question for you. Do you like it when I get a warthog and a gunner? No
This game
gunner?
This map needs more coils.
I need a gunner.
Gonna need to clean the grill.
Gunner would be nice.
Did your way.
I got 2 on the south track. I think that still 2 on the south track.
Oh shit. Nice. Nice.
You are on fire.
Yeah, we are.
Because we're doing so hot.
Pop their shield.
They are all back here.
Oh, Bale, it's blowing up. It's blowing up.
You saw that too, Nikki? He just went yoink.
What happened?
Oh, he just yeeted out into space.
He slammed his mongoose into this tree right as he landed, and his body flew off of it, and he went all the way out past the ring.
Two here, two here, two here. Wow, that's cool.
It was pretty funny to watch.
Got Obi?
At some point, I'm gonna
One
have
here.
to let go of this plasma.
That's what she said.
Oh, that didn't mean no good. There was 3 guys waiting there too.
She's just holding on to the end of it and it's charging.
Just walking around with a.
No, that was bullshit.
I just crippled the ghost for a second.
What's the ghost?
Over here.
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. He
Platform.
just hosed me.
2 more east platform.
Bummer. Installation Uwu is missing all of the great jokes that came out of the awesome today.
They'll just have
He
to
just
roll the tape back.
Drove the ghost off the map. Yeah, he did.
You just yeeted him off. Nice.
No, he did. He just drove it off the map.
Wow. That was dumb.
Ooh. Nice
Excuse me,
grenade,
what the
Krampus.
fuck was that?
Overshield inbound. Victory.
We're all stacking up here
Nice.
waiting to take the overshield. You're not getting me. I'm going into the core of this thing. Okay, helmet off. Ugh. Oh no. Oh. Scheiße. Nice job, guys. Nice job. We got time for another one. You like my flannel today, Nikki?
I do, but I'm also biased to any flannel that has any kind of like mustardy yellow in it.
Lena says that this is golden. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar to that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It's not bad.
And then we'll give you a nice stretch after wearing all that heavy armor.
Stretch for me, Daddy. Give me
Yeah.
a big
I have to do
Oh.
baseball.
stretch.
The
I've-
deep and penetrating kind of a stretch.
I had to do baseball tonight, and I had that sciatica all day yesterday, and it was like,
Ooh.
oh, I am so sore today. Elena's like, are you gonna be able to coach? Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm hoping I got parents today that are gonna help, because man, I am ready for a massage, which the VA doesn't hardly ever pay for. So,
Well, I know a guy.
oh yeah, that's what you were saying.
Uh-huh. Although I think we need to get him a new table. But that's not that bad.
Yeah, I'm dying. I am dying sometimes. Here we go. Here we go. Just sore. I mean, my garden's up though. That's good. I'm happy about that. I gotta get my cucumbers in. That's the only thing I have left.
Cucumbers sound really good, actually.
Yeah, I do the lemon cucumbers. And then Lena likes the English cucumbers too.
Slayer.
Here we go. Last one of the day, ladies and gents. Hey, what's up, Doom Guy? How you doing? Blah 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 blah. We didn't see a Peaches today, but we did get a Nikki.
What the fuck is that guy?
It's a banana, a cat nana.
No, not that guy.
I'm a cool cat. That's why I've got the cool sunglasses.
Yeah, you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the random we have.
Oh yes, very much so.
Fuck you, Dean.
Just keep shooting. You're fine. I'll flip you back over. Oh, what'd you get out? Here you go. I died. Well, Hog's blowing up.
Oh yeah, it is.
I heard it squealing.
That was almost bad for me.
I heard it squealing like it do when it blows up.
I heard it squeal like a little pig when I stuck a knife
Max
through its
weak.
ribs.
How did that not kill him? Oh, because there's a wall there that's open. Okay. You heard him
I'm really getting tired of Captain Camp with the sniper.
Did you say Captain Camp?
Captain Camp with the sniper, yeah.
I love it.
Over here, pushing our sniper. One on my X, right above you, John. Thank you.
Two coming in, two coming in.
Still spawned to the other side of the map, another one coming in.
Wow.
Someone.
I'm running.
Get in here, get in here, get in here.
West Bridge 2. Bandito. One pushing you, John.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch here.
Two. One's pulled back, so you got one to deal with.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Fine.
He's weak on me. I was already weak when they both pushed me, so.
Drop the Warhog.
Yeah.
Let's get 2 Warhogs going.
Go fuck yourself, Bean.
The other Warthog is not clear. Why do I keep spawning here? Oh,
It is at the moment.
I'm on the other side of the map due to spawn, sorry. Trying. Try.
Haha! Mine!
Yeah.
Ours!
Guy on your left there. There you go.
Ooh, we're on fire, Kevin.
I'm dead, John. I can't climb in.
Ah, shit.
Oh,
Oh! Don't mind me as I just twirl around in the air here.
I'm
They got
sorry.
me.
I'm sorry. I saw it. I'm going.
Power weapon inbound.
Well, that was very unfortunate. That's okay. That was their hog.
Halfway to victory.
One chasing you, Kevin. Two chasing you, Kevin.
didn't do anything. 3 in the
Max?
center.
I almost feel bad for him. Emphasis on almost.
Go fuck yourself. Fuck
3
you,
my
dude, I
X
hate
in
you.
our original base. 2 in there, Kevin.
Pouring out of here. Pouring out of here. Bunch of them.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
This is where I make it.
One is going right.
Double kill.
Got one over here somewhere.
I'm really proud of you.
Water gets up.
2 coming our way, John.
Oh yeah, I just got dicked. I don't know where he came from, but he's on me. 1.
Okay. I shot you 6 times. And then hit you with a grenade and you didn't die. Fuel rod cannon on my X. 3 guys.
Where the fuck did this pieces of
One
shit
here weak.
come from?
Still 3 right there.
Active camo.
You go fuck yourself with that PR.
Hydra here. Active camo available.
Weak on my X.
Yeah, fuck you.
Nicely done.
Wow, they're all pouring out of middle towards red elbow. All up here now.
Nearing victory.
Somebody try me.
Lost the lead.
Go fuck yourself, Ben, you piece of whore.
Oh, damn it. Traded in that hallway. Got him
I
4 and
love how it
8.
just out of nowhere fucking spawn around me.
4
There's
and
4 on
8.
West Street.
West Street, Roger.
Space monkey taser.
Fuel rod in 20.
S7 inbound.
Killed him at least. I killed the. I just killed their kill leader. Maybe he'll be less good now.
Power weapon available.
I'm charging for that fuel rod spanker. I don't know if I'll get it or not. Oh yeah, I got it. I used half of it. They've got it now.
Active camo available.
Go fuck yourself, Mendir.
Send him straight to heaven with our trusty
Bitch.
One to
Get out of
lose.
here.
kill.
Oh, tied. Next kill takes it.
Nope. Oh, okay, good.
Ooh, that was tough.
Dude, I sniped a guy and then I turned around and body shot a guy and then beat him down at the end there for a double before the end, and I almost killed the guy, but somebody else got the good kill, so that was good because we won.
Minutes, we got another one.
What? We don't have time for another one,
5
Kevin.
minutes, we got another one. It's not over.
It is. It's
I
not.
don't know. I think Kevin's right.
You read late.
Did I read late?
Yeah.
I guess we can play one more. Baseball practice, but it's not until 6:30, I think. I mean, what?
Means like several more.
I don't know. I gotta see what time practice is. Let me see. Woo! Last one of the day, guys.
Bye, Krampus.
Bye, Krampus. Bye, Krampus. We're gonna miss you. Alright, here we go. Last one of the day. Tomorrow we'll be on at 10. Just hanging out with coffee and being generally awesome. That's all we're doing tomorrow. It's going to be an easy day. That's it.
Ain't nothing wrong with just a chill Friday.
No, I'm really excited to have an easy day. Tonight I'll be hanging out here after baseball practice. Baseball practice is gonna be late. I may not get back here tonight, but tomorrow I'll be here to play some hockey and hang out with some other people.
I have unboxed my box.
Oh, you unboxed the box.
I posted it in the Halo toys.
Okay.
Discord.
How did you feel when you unboxed the box?
Like a total badass.
Oh, look at you, big boy with a sniper rifle over there. Good job, Jimmy.
You want it?
I'm proud of you.
Shit yet. One up top tower. Waiting for that truck to come back. Ooh, Mr. Rocket's here.
Enemy team took the hill. Energy's sort of available.
Well, making friends. Oh, he rocketed me. Sniper's on my X.
Hey, nice shot.
Oh my god, thank the maker.
Let's it go. So you can shoot and drive. Hill control.
Okay. Look at what I got. Look at what I got. Look at what I got. I brought it back to us. I'm dead, but there's a gun goose on our side. I stole it from them.
Sniper
Jimmy.
left side.
Enemy team took the hill.
Nice kill, John.
Thank you. Oh!
Enemy about to
Damn, I just got hosed. Did, apparently Maddie was so unimpressed with my joke, I haven't seen him chat again a single time today.
He's sitting right next to me.
Did he suffer emotional damage or something? No, he's sitting next to you?
Yeah, I don't think it was emotional damage.
Oh, it's roll a d20 for mental damage.
Yeah, psychic damage. Although it was kind of vicious mockery levels, it's probably just like a d4, maybe a d6.
Oh, I see. I'm not good enough to be a d20. I see you. I mean,
I'm just saying it doesn't go to d20, period.
Oh, I see. Find 4d6. How about that? Roll 4d6.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Yeah. That'd be nasty. He just rolls all sixes.
Yeah, especially depending on what level we're talking.
Mama's coming, little Billy. Mama's coming. Come here. Come here, you little bastard. Give me my mongoose back. Never mind. I don't want him back. You can have it. I'm dead. How? Kevin's carrying us. Thank you for staying through overtime. At the end of this match, we'll sign off for the day. But Kevin begged us to play one more.
Fuel truck, my ex.
He was like a sad puppy. He begged us to play one more, and I can't say no to little kids. And since he sounded like a little kid, yes.
Your elder told you to play another game and you did?
That's not what I said. I said you sounded like a little kid. Or a sad puppy. So we stayed and played another game. Yes! It's all love, Kevin. You know. You know how we do.
I almost said something that I really shouldn't.
It's hard sometimes to know where the line is, the appropriate line for the stream sometimes. It's like, oh, I want to say something. You'll see me get a smile on my face sometimes, and you should just already know. It's no good. Whatever it is, it's no good.
Okay, he shot me point blank with that rocket and didn't die.
Tell me more. Oh, the hill is up there. You got two coming from that side. No, not the sandbags, you idiot. Good lord. Thanks for the hog, douchebag. Get in the hog, kid. Dude drove all the way over here to get in the hog. Take the go, Sneaky. Okay, Woofy, I'm gonna plant you.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Oh, I'm dead. Jimmy's like, I'll take your space. Good job, Jimmy. All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Oh no. Oh, I think I might be dropping.
Except when I don't, because I'm fucked. Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Oh, just give me one more shot.
I'm frozen. Yep,
Oh, there's
and
rockets
there.
there. Rockets there for
Dashboarded.
somebody. And every time I step up out the building.
Hill control.
No, we don't want it. It's only got one bullet left in it. I'm on the way to save the hill. Here I come to save the hill.
Hill control.
Grenades into the hill. Oh, from the grave. Damn, Kevin.
Enemy team took the hill.
Kevin is showing us what it is to be a winner. Wow, they're all in there right now. Somebody needs a rocket launcher in there really, really bad. And then it spawned me on the opposite side
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the
I just
map.
kept getting spawned at the beach.
I put all that effort in.
Nice job, Kevin. Some days it's just gross. Oh, that makes me so sad. All right, check it out. Guys, we have 25 viewers. That was awesome. Thank you for spending some overtime with us. What we're going to do right now is I'm going to show you my face and I'm going to find somebody to raid. We're going to say goodbye and it's going to be, and that's what it's going to be like. Raid. Ooh. Boy, all of these people are up with no viewers. Oh, that's because I am low to high. I want to go the other way. Kevin, who should we raid? Give me a Halo creator.
Let's see who's on.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
It's the last shot.
Mm-hmm. Is that who you're saying I should go watch?
Yeah, nap time's on.
Oh, nap times is on again. Oh, he's got 42 watching. Might be him. I think we'll just go raid him. He's always a good one. He's always got a fair amount of viewers. Anyway, guys, check it out. Thanks for being awesome with us. We had everybody here. Jimmy was here. Nikki was here. Kevin is always here. We read a bunch of books today. I mean, we read a bunch of book today. We got through 2.5 or almost 3 chapters. So that was cool. Come back and find us tomorrow at 10. The Mariners will be playing, so I'll be wearing something different. So more different Mariners every day. I'll tell you about baseball practice and how sore I am. I'm sure it's going to be terrible tomorrow. You guys will find me on a Friday after baseball practice and then the gym in the morning. Look for that in the Spartan Space, which is where you can be awesome with us every single day. Unfettered access to every single one of us. You can hop in and play Halo, listen to us bicker over hockey. I get really salty when Moose beats me unreasonably. Sometimes the game is bullshit. It's like one of those things. Anyway, guys, it was fun today. Go find something awesome to do. Help me raid these guys for a few minutes and stay awesome. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always, and we'll see you here in the Spartan Space, which is awesome because of you. Here's the heart, guys, and we'll get this raid going. Stay awesome, friends. Bye bye.